Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy night.
But tell me, Eddie, is that a rabbit in your pocket, or you just happy to see me?
So, hello, everybody. I would say I have no words about the Rings of Power, but that would be a fucking lie.
Oh, girl, I have pages and pages and pages.
I don't have page. Well, I have 2 pages. I have 2 pages, but like most of the time, I would have to like stop and go. I'd have to hit the 10 seconds back thing. Like, okay, did I miss something here?
Right?
I started nodding off.
It was so dull. It was so dull. And I don't think... And the thing is, I don't think they did that purposefully. I thought that they really believed that this was like a captivating first 2 episodes. It was anything but. It was
anything but. It was
2 hours. 2 hours. And nothing happened.
Yeah. Yes. I was like said in my review, it's like I should not be moving my cursor over the thing, seeing what time is left. Like I don't do it. I know I'm like confident you don't do this, but like anybody in the chat, like, do you do it when you're watching Lord of the Rings? Do you stop and go like, unless God forbid you have anything else to do in your life, pretty much while you're watching the extended editions, it's like, do you you don't, like, it goes by because it draws you in. So when it's like 3 hours and 43 minutes is like one of them, like over 4 hours is another one. It's like, it comes to that point where it's like, oh, like nearly, over 10 hours have gone by. So it's like,
right?
You don't care.
And what's truly telling is that of all the criticisms I've seen, people actually like Disa. She's like the most likable character for a lot of people in these 2 episodes. Granted, for me, I didn't like her for a few reasons, and it's probably because I'm a woman and I know women who act like this, where they're very bubbly and very sweet, but they still like steamroll people. And it's like kill you with kindness, but like it's poison laced kindness. It's not genuine kindness. Where, I'm sorry, like dwarves have their traditions. They have they have their own culture, their own way that things are. And Disa would not, even in the privacy of their own chambers in their own quarters, she would not defy Durin's wishes. Like, she's trying to take a masculine problem, which is a spat between 2 men, where, of course, an elf who is like 20 years isn't anything. And then a dwarf where, even though dwarves are longer lived than humans, 20 years is still a long time.
It's a decent chunk. Like, it was still kind of cringe, the reason for the spat, like, at least in my opinion, but
it is.
But at the same time, it's like, like your point is like she would not go against Durin. Like there's short of saying patriarchal, there's definitely that tradition amongst the dwarves where it's like,
absolutely,
Durin is a prince. Like, she's going to heed his word.
So, and she's not going to stand there and be like, where she's like, you're staying for supper, and then Dorne's like, no, he's not, and the again with the really weird pseudo Scottish Irish accents. I'm not sure where they were trying to land with those, but I digress. And then she's like, he's staying for supper. Like, she would never, a dwarven wife would not do that with her husband. It is simply not how their culture is structured, because that shows dwarves are all about strength, stone, rock, forming it, molding it into something and that can last. And a fight like that in front of other people,
no,
in front of other people is weakness. That is
Yeah.
weakness. And they would never show that. So even if you take the fact, that she's supposed to be like a submissive wife or anything, that's not even what I'm saying. I'm saying that she would never do that in front of someone.
Your mic's cutting out.
That is why.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I have a frayed wire, and every time I bump it, it just stuff.
Oh, no worries. I'm just like letting you know. So, but yeah, it like just like holds true. It's like she would have said those things to Doran, but she wouldn't have said it in the presence of any company, like regardless of if it's an elf or what. It like doesn't
certainly
matter.
not
She
an
wouldn't have
elf.
done. Yeah, so say she wouldn't have done that. But we'll get into that further in, because I will be bringing up so we can go through like it'll be paused, but we'll go through like scene by scene roughly.
Well, good.
Although we'll probably go through the first episode rather quickly, because I'm like, did anything happen? Like, what?
Nothing happened. It was like the worst. It was the worst character introduction I've ever seen. Is it just me? On the road again. Where
I hit the stupid back button on my mouse.
I was like, you bumped something.
I bumped my mouse.
I've taken over the stream.
It's a gaming mouse, so of course, like the back button.
I've got a gaming mouse as well. Yes, it took me forever to get used to this sucker.
Took me when that happened, I was like, shit. No, it's like what, but like I kind of have to have it, since like this is like primarily a gaming computer that I'm in front of. But at the same time, it is annoying, because I'll just go to move my mouse, and it's just like, oh, you wanted to go back. No, I didn't. But for some reason, okay, I got to go over on the YouTube side, because I know the first comment. Well, the first comment was actually Lyndon. I know that, because he comes in and says in all caps, even though he's in the chat now, nope, don't care. Fuck Amazon, pretty much. Because this is the first comment I see here from Trey. But anyway.
I've never been so bored in my life. Yeah, so tactically acquiring this was definitely the smart decision. Like,
it should have been a gold mine. It literally should have been a gold mine.
There shouldn't be the criticisms should be nitpicking. It shouldn't be massive holes in the story itself. It shouldn't be massive holes in the production itself. Like, honest to God, I've put it up on Twitter a little bit, and it's going to be in my my video review. I did a live review after episodes 1 and 2, but in my video review, I'm going to get into it a little bit more. There's literally a scene where they are in this like fallen warrior memorial, essentially, with these trees that they have the warrior's likeness carved into that have fallen. And it turns to Elrond, and he's standing there, and it literally looks like they just hit copy and paste on the background and started to shrink it as they went back to have sort of the perspective effect that it went on into like this.
Which works so well in the Hobbit trilogy. And I'm like, right? It didn't work then. It's not
going to work then. It's not going to work now. And I literally was sitting there, and I was like, this looks like a combination of a high school rendition of Midsummer Night's Dream, and then have you seen Midsummer at all? The Amazon Midsummer?
My sister has seen it. I've been meaning to sit down and watch it.
It's terrible. It is a feminist power fantasy murder fest. A boy literally gets drugged and raped, and they and his girlfriend, like the girlfriend, the main character, she's technically an antagonist. She's like, yeah, he deserves to die for being drugged and raped because he cheated on me.
Wow. Okay.
Like, that's kind of where we end up, and it's so bad. It's so terrible, but also like watching the cinematography of that movie. All I could see when I watched this was the same style. I was like, this is terrible. And then you get to the terrible CGI parts, and I'm like, I've seen high school drama clubs that have been able to do better than this. You know what I mean? It's just not good.
Yeah. No, it's just not good. But before I bring up the video, so I want to make sure our subtitles are on, so we can like keep it muted and like still remember what they're saying, even though we don't want to. I see Trey is in the chat. He says, "Hey Mara, and guess I'm ready for the destruction. Never been so bored in my." Yeah, Trey is like. I'm not saying this to be disparaging at all, but like Trey would be a normie, and you'd think that I'm not saying lore breaking aside as if I'm ignoring it, but at the very least you should have had people entertained, even normies entertained. And when you have Trey and others going, like Trey told me like in the DMs like he fell asleep, or it's like he's like felt like he wanted to go to sleep after that. Like that's not what reaction you should be having for anyone watching this. And it's like, yeah, I was like, I watched the 2 episodes, and I was like, the first episode, it was like the Chandler gif I sent you. Like that's how I was literally like watching that hour long of nothingness, nothing happening.
And it didn't make any sense.
No,
like
no, it doesn't.
The snow troll. I'm still stuck on that whole opening scene of them climbing the ice wall, which apparently got edited down quite a bit because also I tried to, we'll have to count when they come up the cliff. It's something that I'm trying to do for my video. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but I swear she starts climbing and there's like 9 of them. And when they get to the top, there's only 7 because 2 of them fell. But they edited those parts out. But I swear, like when we get to the top, there's only like 5. There's only like 5 or 7 of them, and
I might be able to pause it so we can. I might be able to pause it so we can see. Since
we'll have to double check, but it's just like it just gets to the point where it took Legolas didn't bring down the cave troll by himself, and it took the whole fellowship. Yeah, pretty much. It took every single one of them, and the fact that Frodo had Mithril on. So that because they technically failed in protecting Frodo, because if he'd not been wearing the Mithril, he'd be dead.
Oh yeah, literally the line is that spear could have skewered a wild boar. It would have been easy for him to basically spear a halfling.
Yeah. So the Fellowship technically fails in protecting Frodo from the cave troll. He's saved by the Mithril, and granted, and everybody's like, well, if he's saved from, like, one of the things that I heard that got squashed very quickly is, well, Frodo was still hurt after he got stabbed. Like, I thought the Mithril protected him, and I'm like, you still have blunt force, yo.
Yes.
Mithril's not going to do anything about that. There's just no sharp. There's no, like, he hasn't.
Yeah, it's like wearing a bulletproof vest. You're still going to, have, a bruise. Yeah, because that's where a bullet traveling God knows how fast is coming right at your chest. So it's like you're going to have the force of that alone against even the vest, and then transferring into your chest, you're going to have a mark. So yes, he's going to be hurt. He has a spear.
Yeah, of course he's out of breath.
So it's like I've never heard that.
He got smashed by a spear by a cave troll. Of course it hurt.
Yes.
But yeah. But yeah, it's
I have a gut feeling, but yeah. We'll go into that. But I have a foreboding gut feeling.
It's G-Man.
Yeah.
But no, I think especially, here's the thing. They can't claim that they're not trying to be Peter Jackson's trilogy when they literally started out with a commentary voiceover by Morfydd Clark in an attempt to just like Peter Jackson's trilogy, because Peter Jackson's trilogy was like a prologue of a book. Right? It was to introduce you. It sets the stage for everything to come up. And Cate Blanchett, Morfydd Clark, is not at all. Like, not even close. And to have Morfydd Clark doing this voiceover, she lacks depth, she lacks charisma, and she lacks any vocal training whatsoever that is impactful. She may have had vocal training. It didn't serve her. It did not serve her at all. Because there was no emphasis where it needed to be. And there was absolutely no spark or inspiration in what she was saying. I mean, that is literally.
So I'm trying to bring up the
No,
the stupid subtitles on this thing, but I'll just share the window.
You're fine. Morphed Clark was a horrible casting decision. Just utterly terrible. And I think that of all the grievances, her voiceover commentary is perhaps some of the worst, because it does not enrapture you the way that Peter Jackson's choice to use Kate does. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely not. I don't know why the subtitles are being finicky now, but whatever. We can pretty much.
There's not a lot of meaningful dialogue. They pretty much just tell you they tell you what they are doing as you are watching them do it. A lot in these 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Oh, this scene is what gave, like, right off the bat, Midsummer vibes, hardcore.
Before we really go into this, I want to say a quick hello to everyone else in the chat, because there are some member messages and some member chats and super chats. So I got Jeremiah, hello. Spiral Head Face. So my favorite part of the show is when Guy Ladriel pegged Sauron with her spiked metal strap on. I might as well have gotten to that point. And Lyndon, yes, he's back in the chat going, OMG, most watched Amazon show ever. Yes.
Yeah, no.
Hello, Andrew. Good to see you. Soul Assassin, what's up? Good to see you. Subhuman. Waving at you while I drive through Pittsburgh. Hello, Subhuman. Here's a $2 super chat from Red Monarch. Hey, ladies, trolls equals truth. Fans decide what's good. Yes. Pretty much. And I think iDog, hello. I'm a Lord of the Rings Normie, and Disa and Durin were the only characters I found tolerable. Everyone else was awful. Yes. I'll agree with at least Disa to an extent. Durin, he was at least entertaining. I was like, okay, I'm not bored stiff here. Sound like text to speech. In terms of his delivery of the lines, I'm not saying that necessarily he was the best, but at the same time, I'm when I say entertained, I mean like Gil-galad. Why isn't that when they to portray yourself as wise, speak so slowly?
And so that, oh my word, are you ready for, because I brought that up in a discussion group, and the defense for that, are you ready? Is because elves are so long-lived, he's in no rush to speak, because he knows that he has enough time to get his point across. And so rushing to the point is not necessary, and it is a show that you have a lack of control over yourself in a situation if you speak quickly. And I'm like, that's the dumbest rationale I've ever heard. He doesn't know he's long-lived because he's watched a bunch of his kin get slayed. He helped do some of it.
I'm also looking at that going, did they just stop by the time Third Age happened, and we're like, we might as well just speak normally now, because it's just because you look at his lines in comparison how in comparison to why the fuck am I blanking on it? So Hugo Weaving delivered Elrond's lines. It still sounded wise. Didn't have to be slow.
No, and then the parts where he was slow is supposed where he sort of draws out what Elrond is saying. It's because he himself, the character of Elrond, is actually thinking in those points in time where he's recalling, I was there, Gandalf. I was there 5,000. He is recalling memories from 5,000 years ago, yo. He's
lived a long time,
right? He's pulling stuff back from the recesses of his mind. So so for him to speak slower in instances like that makes sense. For Gil-galad to just speak slowly sounds stupid.
Yeah, I was like that. When I got to that point, I was like, I actually started nodding off. And
they should sell a CD of his lines. They would cure insomnia.
There'd be I was thinking there'd be no insomnia in the world at all. I just want to thank Megatron real fast for the member chat. Says, "Hey there, pretty ladies. Member for 9 months." Say, yeah. So this is the opening scene. Basically, this is supposed to be Valinor, and they're showing,
which is supposed to be breathtaking, by the way.
Yeah, it kind of looks like every other, because beautiful field out there. It just it doesn't smack of anything like utopian or paradise or anything like that necessarily.
Definitely doesn't look like heaven for sure.
Yeah,
which Valinor is supposed to be the closest thing to.
And so this shows Galadriel as a kid. That's kind of good. She's making, like, she's folding this stuff. The kids come over to her and, like, you know, asking if she's done. And you find out that she's made a boat, and she claims it's going to float, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And shocker of all shockers, little kids can be little asses. It's like literally a scene that's set up to say, look, all her life, no one's like believed her. All her life, no one's believed her, sort of situation. Like, and she was bullied. She was bullied, so we have to feel sorry for her. She was teased as a kid. No one, like, even back then, no one listened to her because, you know, the whole progression of her so-called character in the first episode is no one believing her.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally no one believing her.
Oh, no, it's not even that they don't believe. Oh, okay. So it's not even that they don't believe her. It's that they need to be the ones who are more right than she is.
Well, yeah, that too, pretty much. But, like, they're setting it up pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
They're setting it up with this scene.
That everybody dislikes her, that nobody wants her to fulfill her greatness. Essentially, what this is saying is no one has ever wanted her to be as great as she will eventually become.
Yeah,
she had
pretty
to
much.
Fight to get there.
And the only thing that she has at all as any proof, you know, like, is feminine intuition, pretty much at that point. I'm not saying necessarily that it's not a trope that hasn't been used before, where someone's believed something is going to happen or anything like that, and they've been proven right. I get it. It's been done in movies before, but at the same time, it's like, so at least they can, like, at least in other movies that I've seen, they can, like, point to why. Here's this sort of clue. Here's this sort of clue. This happened here. Like, you know, they're kind of like building up evidence in a way, despite people not believing him or her. Other than the one clue she found, which again, Enough points out that it's centuries old. It's like, what other proof do you have that the big bad Sauron is still alive?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Nothing other than that. So basically, we just have to go off of, like, we have to believe her because she's Galadriel at this point.
Yeah, and, like, it makes sense if you're like, he still has followers out there. We need to, because the whole thing too is, how do you say his name? Arendir? Is that how you say it?
I have no idea. I call him Hood Elf. I call him Hood Elf because it's
like essentially the whole reason that he is where he is at and has been there for 70 years because they don't trust the humans in that region because their ancestors were the strongest supporters of Morgoth.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, the commander of his company is like, don't forget, you're not here because of what their grandfathers or their great-grandfathers did. You're here because of who they still are. So the elves are still
mm-hmm.
Like, they still think that there is, if not Sauron still being alive at this point, there is a strong enough belief among his followers or, like, his slaves or disciples, whatever you want to call it, to cause a problem. So that's the whole reason that those elves are stationed in the Southlands. That's the whole reason they are there.
Yeah.
And yet they're going to tell Galadriel that you've nothing to worry about. You've vanquished all the evil. I know I've sent you on this quest. But, you know, you've done it. They say this to her face. So they're sending her back to Valinor.
Mm-hmm. Which is essentially just to get rid of her because Gil-galad is like, you know, it's like, if I let you stay here, you're going to keep defying me. So I'm just going to send you to heaven.
Like, well, yeah, so basically it boils down to the evil men conspired against Galadriel to get rid of her because they know she's right. But if she keeps poking around, she's going to manifest the evil that she's been looking for to destroy, which doesn't make any sense at all. That's not logical. And this is Gil-galad. No. This is like, this is what kills me is because at the end of the first episode yeah, it's the end of the first episode. The trees that specifically the large one that he did the ceremony under, where he awarded Galadriel and her company the ability to go back to Valinor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if it has a name. I'm assuming it does because elves name things like that. But maybe Amazon didn't care. But whatever that tree's name is, it is now suffering the same fate as the trees of Valinor. It's getting hit with the same blight. And he literally just sent like 11 elves who've been fighting this kind of stuff for 3 or 4, 5 centuries to Valinor. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No. So, and like it is, like shocker, kids are can be little asses. This is coming from someone who's going to be a teacher. They can be little bullies. It's like shocker, but it's as if one throws a rock at her boat
and it sinks. And
then this is Finrod.
They literally, figuratively, and characteristically slaughtered Finrod.
Yeah.
I can't believe what they did to his character. And it only took, like, Gary and Az and all of them talk about how the Timeless Child slaughtered the character of the Doctor. Like, again, we're not talking about, like, them as a character in a story. We're talking about if they were real, like, their character, their intrinsic character that makes them an individual in this universe. So they often talk about Timeless Child and how it absolutely character assassinated and slaughtered the Doctor. I would argue that what they did to Finrod outpaced what Disney did to Luke. It outpaced what BBC did to the Doctor. It outpaced what Paramount did to Picard. It outpaced all of that because in how long is this intro prologue? It's like 7.5, 8.5 minutes through this whole thing. And in the first
something like that,
in the first 3.5 minutes, they completely undermined everything that Finrod stood for. He would never have taken the Oath of Feanor. He was against it. There was a kinslaying. Like, this is absolutely and utterly ridiculous. They character assassinated Finrod in under 6 minutes. Under 6 minutes.
Under 6 minutes because, like,
bastardized him.
And they reduced, I've talked about this on stream without going into basically great detail. It's like, the quest that this series sets up is like his quest basically is hunting down Sauron. Basically, that's the quest that Galadriel basically picks up from him. And I'm looking, this goes, okay, no, that wasn't the quest. 2, you remove Baron. 3, like, you take away how much of pretty much a boss he was in that regard, because he demonstrated to Sauron, basically through I would call it a test of song, pretty much, how powerful he was. And on top of that, physically powerful, because he defeated the werewolf that would have killed Baron, Finrod did, with his bare hands.
But no, they don't care about any of that.
No.
That's not in the prologue. None of that. That would have been a season in itself. Right there. That's a season in itself. And they didn't care. They don't care. Also, look at his ears.
Yeah.
Look at his ears. This, I don't understand why this isn't getting pointed out more. His ears are deliberately unpointed. Like, if you look at it from this angle, that looks like a normal human ear.
That's what I thought too. Then he kind of like turns his head, and you can kind of see the pointiness. But at the same time, it's like he shouldn't have to turn his head.
Never. Yeah. At no point should you ever look at it and think that he has normal non-length ears, like lengthened ears. And especially with short hair, they should have nailed these prosthetic ears, and they didn't. Multiple times, they come off looking like normal human ears. They come off looking really fake and poorly hidden with makeup. Like, even from this angle right here, that ear looks more pink than the rest of his skin. Like, it's a different shade. It's a different color. And they just didn't work with it. And I'm going to go ahead and get this out right away. Short hair on elves in Tolkien's universe don't work.
No.
Doesn't work.
Like I like even if you were to like. Even if you're just like, it's like if they got everything else right and this was still there, I would still have major issue with it.
Yep.
Because like for one thing, again, Tolkien described elves very specifically. This is how elves are supposed to look in Middle Earth. They are the children of Iluvatar, so it's like they're not described as having short hair. And two, excluding that, I'm not saying excluding it, it's like just forgetting it, but excluding that, again, I keep asking this: where is there a barber in Valinor? In Middle Earth to give like a Vidal Sassoon cut like that. At least, like, yes, Aragorn didn't exactly have long hair himself, like it was shoulder length, but was
that
it
is
styled?
something.
No,
and his hair, Aragorn's hair, is something that it was mountain man hair. It's something that you can maintain because you pull the hair out, you line it up with your chin, you cut it with a knife, and you carry on your way.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not styled, it's not slicked, it's not any of those things. It is it is something believable that a man who lives a roaming lifestyle, an adventurous lifestyle, a hunter's lifestyle could maintain. Right? That's why it wasn't close shaven. Yes, they did.
They don't drop his name, but it's Finrod. Finrod.
Yeah, they credit him. It's here. Let me go to the IMDb really quick.
I mean, they credit, but in the episode, I don't recall her ever dropping his name, or let's put it this way, without going back and watching it because I was that bored.
I think she said it. I think she said it once.
Okay, maybe
I have to go back. I have to go back and watch. But when she's like, my brother Finrod. Like, I think she says it briefly when it's during the recap of him like fighting at the orcs and whatnot.
Okay,
when he, I think it's either right when he when he takes the oath of Feanor, which he shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to this is Valinor. Okay, let me see if I think that's he there.
Yeah, that's him right there.
Yeah,
and I think this is when she says his name, just the one time.
Okay,
though.
Yeah,
and also, can I just say, I was really expecting those trees. I now understand why they made those trees so blurry in all of the shots. Why they oversaturated the light that was coming from them so you couldn't see the detail. Because if you look back at those trees, they just look like elm trees or oak trees. Like, they don't look like an ethereal source of light for an entire utopian world.
It basically just looked like elm trees or whatever, and just added special effects to them, pretty much.
Like, it's so lazy.
So that's Oath of Feanor, which they really gloss over everything.
Well, and so someone told me, they're like, well, this I can't remember who said, they're like, I don't think that's actually the Oath of Feanor because he's not supposed to take the Oath of Feanor. I'm like, you're not supposed to be doing a lot of stuff, and yet he's doing it. But the biggest thing being, what else could this be if not Oath of Feanor? Like, what else could it be?
Yeah, that's the whole big thing, which Oath of Feanor, which I'm saying, I'm really summarizing here, but Oath of Feanor, which leads into the battle against Morgoth, which leads into the Kinslaying, which leads everything just gets glossed over. All right, and Finrod wasn't he the one that arrived with Galadriel after the first Kinslaying?
Yes, he was.
So he wasn't part of that.
No, he was strongly against it. He did not. Oh my gosh, what this series tries to do is make it seem like this was a purely heroic action. Like, they took an oath, they got on boats, they left Valinor, and they went to Middle Earth. That is not what happened. But that is what this show is making it sound like. They're making it sound like this was heroic decision, and they knew that if they left Valinor to go and fight this evil in the east, because remember, they are they are the farthest west you can go. They are the far western lands. So they have to go east to get to Middle Earth, right? Which we, of course, call the west, but to them it's east. So they knew that if they left Valinor, they would not be able to just come back. And so it was this huge sacrifice, this big this huge heroic moment. And that is not what happened. They had to leave because of what happened with the kinslaying. And that is even glossing over a bunch of stuff. But
Yeah.
Mara and I would be here for 6 hours if we just broke
Yeah.
that one aspect
can't
down.
cover, we can't cover it's like they like literally gloss over like, I mean, not just this, like a
Thousands.
lot of this.
Yes.
Thousands of years.
Thousands of years of history in it, and it's not like, again, it's not like the way that Peter Jackson did it, because what Jackson was doing when he had, okay, like there was enough information there for you to know that Sauron was the big bad. He was destroyed when Isildur took up his father's sword that it was broken, right? The blade was broken, and yet he was still able to defeat the evil, but he didn't destroy the ring, and it ultimately consumed him and led to his demise. And now Gollum has the ring, and then it went to Bilbo. And now here we are, and it's about to be Frodo's story. That is enough of a foundation for you to work within this universe and have an understanding of just how evil Sauron is and how powerful this ring is.
Yeah.
It's enough. There's enough there. So it's not that Jackson glossed over the history. It's that this was not a second age story that he was telling. He was telling a third age story. So he just had to give enough background for you to have
enough background to establish the one ring, the significance of the one ring. Because even he touches on Smeagol found it, becomes Gollum, without going into necessarily Smeagol's background, so you get the influence of the ring has. So by the time you get to the events that begin the Lord of the Rings, you have that understanding. So once it's revealed, we know, as Tolkien fans know, that Bilbo has the ring.
Yep.
Pretty much. But once we get to that point, we understand the significance that Bilbo is now holding a ring that could consume him.
Well, and that line is really important in Jackson's trilogy. It's in the book. And I'm so glad that they put it in the trilogy, where Gandalf's like, there are many magic rings in this world, Bilbo Baggins, and none of them should be used lightly.
Yeah.
So Gandalf doesn't even know what this thing is.
Yeah. Because like, again, I was like talking with Sig about this, where it's like people don't exactly realize that there is not a significant time jump, but from the time that Bilbo leaves to the time that Frodo leaves the Shire with the One Ring, it's 17 years, and it doesn't feel like that in how Jackson portrays it. But that's how long Gandalf is away, because he has to figure out, pour over all these papers and histories what this ring that Bilbo has could possibly be, because he doesn't know. He can't tell just based on the ring.
Yeah. And it's the thing is, because all he saw Bilbo do was disappear with it. Remember that, guys.
Yeah.
At the time Bilbo had the ring, he didn't know what it was. He convinces Bilbo to drop the ring, and when he reaches out to touch it, he sees the eye. So he has his suspicions, but he needs to confirm that this is the One Ring and not just a dark, like a ring of darkness, just a general powerful ring of darkness that is, attaching itself to remnants of Sauron's power. That's why he goes to Minas Tirith, and he goes to the Great, like, he spends 6 years in the library going over scrolls. That is my biggest, with the Jackson trilogy, that's my biggest gripe, is they make it feel like it was 2 to 3 weeks that Gandalf was gone. And in the movie, it really does feel that way, and I get that it was to sort of move the plot forward and give you that sense of urgency, but it makes it seem like he rode to Minas Tirith and got there in a day and a half, went to the library, found what he was looking for in about 30 minutes, and then headed back to the Shire. And then, of course, you find out, oh, well, I did try to look for Gollum, but the enemy found him first and tortured him. The thing is, you glossed over Aragorn's entire quest and why Legolas is so devoted to Aragorn and his return to the throne of Gondor, and that whole relationship right there. It gets massively left out, which always really, really I hated that happened. But it is what it is. There's nothing you can do to change it. I would love to see that be in there, but it's not. Most people, if they've only ever watched the films, don't realize that it was supposed to be a 17-year jump. And I think we would be lucky if it was a month in Peter Jackson's trilogy.
Yeah, 'cause
But
that's what people were saying. Because I remember when The Hobbit came out, and people were like, "Oh, are we going to see a young Aragorn in Rivendell?" Because they were minusing 60. They were minusing 60 years from his age, and saying, "Oh, we
yeah,
should see like a 27-year-old Aragorn." And I'm like, no, take 60 plus 17, so it'd be like 77 from 87. We'd see a 10-year-old Aragorn if we saw him. So it's like,
yeah.
no, we're not going to see him. Not that young, because most people didn't understand that. That
Mhm.
Tolkien specifically wrote it in a way that when Bilbo left, he was 111 years old, and Frodo was 33. So when you have that jump of 17 years, Frodo is 50, the same age Bilbo was when Bilbo left the
Yep.
Shire in The Hobbit. To
And
mirror
now,
that,
yeah, and now Bilbo is 128.
yes.
Like that's the other thing too, where it made it feel like Bilbo aged and granted, once he left the ring behind, he did start to age, but he started to age normally rather than rapidly. He started to age like a normal hobbit would have. And so it just took longer to catch up with him, but you have to think it had been that's why I'm saying in the movie it felt like Bilbo aged that much in a month
Hmm.
when really it was supposed to be 17 years. So it makes sense that now he doesn't have the ring. Now you're starting to see the age because he technically did not start. Once he got the ring at age 50, he technically did not age for 61 years. He didn't age for
Yeah.
61 years. And then once he let go of the ring, he started to age as if he was still 50, like a normal hobbit would. He was technically just frozen as a 50-year-old hobbit for those 61 years.
Hmm.
And then
Yeah.
he started to age. So technically speaking, he would be 67 in aging terms, which if you read, that is hobbits and humans have generally the same lifespan.
Yeah. Like of the species, in terms of that, hobbits are closer to humans. Like humans are, it goes like I would say elves and dwarves and humans, and then hobbits are like really close.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like it's like kind of getting back to this. Like, yeah, like really it it
For them to
so
condense,
alters
yes.
Finrod's backstory, like by glossing everything and then altering it and then bastardizing it, and
Mm-hmm.
like just making it seem like that his like only, I don't want to say purpose, but just was hunting Sauron. And it was like, one, he wouldn't do that, and two, you
Mm-hmm.
completely remove every other motivation he had.
Yep.
Um,
And the thing too is like where Jackson covered, 3 large main events from the Second Age to set you up for the adventures of the Third Age that you were about to witness. And of course, Bilbo finding the ring was in the Third Age as well. But but Jackson covering that, he didn't try to slam. That wasn't 6,000 years of history that he tried to cover. That
yeah.
was a few hundred. That was to set up the situation. He wasn't trying to tell a Second Age story. This is trying to tell a Second Age story. And they just shoved 6,000 years of history into 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And fundamentally altered Finrod's entire character and purpose.
Yeah. So this is like without naming it, it's like can only be the Oath of Feanor. So they're talking about leaving Valinor, going to Middle Earth.
Oh, can I just say how very much of
Mhm.
Game of Thrones that whole map was?
Yeah.
That didn't feel that did not feel Tolkienian. That felt
No.
Game of Thrones. And here
Mhm.
again with his ears, like that orc is clearly an orc. Like that orc
Yeah.
has more elvish ears than he does. And granted, of course, the first orcs were corrupted elves and all that jazz. Why don't his ears look like that?
Yeah.
They
Or the
should.
very least, not quite as pointy, but still, like it looks like again a human fighting an orc right here. Like you would not know. You would not know at all.
Even the armor is not as resplendent as it should be.
Yeah. I'm trying to like this is a shot from the trailer, which is again everything against what Feanor stood for. Well, not Feanor. Finrod stood for. He was against. He was against and he and Galadriel, Finrod, he and Galadriel were the same. So to have her, I'm saying like in terms of like actual lore, they were the same. But now it's like they kind of take that premise of the same and butcher both of their characters.
Yeah. And it's not that Finrod never fought.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't fight like this. And he never took the Oath of Feanor. He was not involved in the kinslaying, any of the kinslayings. And the whole reason that they left, the whole reason Galadriel is in the East is because she wanted to learn how to, she wanted to rule. She wanted to learn how to rule respectively. She's a princess in Valinor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when she goes back, she will technically take up a seat of power in the West, if she ever goes back, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many of you guys read all of the lore and whatnot, but so I'm trying not to spoil stuff if you want to read actual Tolkienian lore. But her whole purpose is to become a better ruler. And I don't mean a stronger ruler when I say that. I mean a better ruler. Does she crave power? Yes, she does. And she even in the Jackson trilogy, she covers that. She craves power and she knows it's her weakness.
Mm-hmm.
So she tries to remain as humble and peaceful as possible. And that scene where she doesn't take the ring from Frodo and she says, I will go into the West and remain Galadriel.
Mm-hmm.
That is her realizing that she is now able to go home to Valinor. That is what that is. Like, I just...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she also, in that scene, demonstrates the craving of her power when she shows Frodo, if I took the ring, this is what you would get. Mm-hmm. It's like, don't think that you handing me this ring, offering me this ring, I'm going to be how do I put this? A benevolent leader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, don't think of that, like, because I'm benevolent here, that I would be that way if I took the one ring.
Mm-hmm.
Because like she knows herself, her inner, her mind, her thoughts, and so forth. So her denying the ring, and she says, "Now I can return."
Yep. Because now she knows that if she can deny the temptation of the ring, she knows that there is nothing in Valinor that could ever be as tempting to pull her into a sort of evil, corrupted ruler, dictator type mentality. Is essentially what she has proven to herself now.
Mm-hmm.
Because up until this point, here's the other thing that people seem to fail to realize. She never had the opportunity to touch or...
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Touch, take, or use the ring up until that point. And so the fact that she was able to turn down that temptation proved that she was ready to step up into what she was meant to be, whom she was meant to be, the kind of leader she wanted to be. This Galadriel, I have no doubt would take the ring.
Oh yeah, she
1000%. That scene right there, that one you just blew past, the fall or whatever. Like, I don't even know what that's supposed to be. It's obviously not the fall of Numenor because we've not even been to Numenor yet. And all they say is this is like the great destruction or whatever. I don't know what this is supposed to be the destruction of.
Unless they I'm not trying to write this for them. I'm not trying to give them any credit unless they're trying to convey future events. It still doesn't make any sense because they're
well, no, because that's a Balrog right there.
Yeah, talking about first age, so it's like it doesn't make any sense.
That is a Balrog from Morgoth in the in the back there where you have like that horn coming out of the side. It opens its eye here in a minute. That's a Balrog back there. So this is Morgoth. This is First Age, and I still I have to go back and rewatch because I don't have any idea what this is actually supposed to be. The destruction. Yeah, you can. It's fine.
Yeah,
but I have no idea if that's supposed to be the destruction of. And that is not something that should happen. Yeah, I don't think they do either. And then we go to the next scene, and it's her stacking helmets.
Yeah,
and
elven helmets.
First of all, that looked more Rohan or even Dwarven than it did Elvish. To be perfectly honest,
you see, Like that's right
Mhm.
there.
That doesn't scream ethereal. And like this whole idea that she would be in this white chemist, whatever, however you say that word, like
Mm-hmm.
in this field of death, did not hit the way that they were trying to go for like a symbol of like hope and purity in this darkness and this light in this darkness. Maybe that's what they were trying to go for. I have no idea. I'm not in the writing room, and I feel like that's giving them a lot of credit. But the idea that she would be in the middle of this battlefield in just a white chemist, however you say that word, chemise. I have no idea how you say that word. Chemise.
Shmi? I
Is
have
it
no idea.
chemise? I have no
I never
idea.
took French. I have no idea, but I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
But like the fact that she'd only be in that is utterly ridiculous, because if she was going to show up as a symbol of hope,
Mm-hmm.
as a symbol of light, as a beacon of strength like that, she would be resplendent. She would not be dingy. And that is probably one of my biggest gripes through this whole thing, is they make her look dingy through the whole dang thing. If she was here, she would be reassuring people, she would be helping them, she would be guiding them, she'd be offering them advice, she'd be helping heal them. At no point would she be stacking helmets in whatever it is that she's wearing.
Yeah, I think that's there's supposed to be 2 elves in the back, but again, you wouldn't be able to tell. But yeah, so she's stacking helmets. So like, it's like, again, yes. It like basically like, it's like to I don't want to give them credit, but foreshadow her line later on about how she's seen more death, and that like the non-canonical character Hellbrand would die before he listed all the names of everyone who's died that she's known. Yeah. Which is like, I guess, like right on the nose there. Boom. Hey, Gravy D. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so like, she's stacking helmets. So you would think just this scene alone, and her stacking helmets and seeing all the death and so forth, she would not have any bloodthirst in her. You would think that, because like you're witnessing travesty, like traumatic events
on genocidal scales. By the way,
I mean, like, look at like the number of helmets, and there's like, if I remember correctly, 4 kinslaying. So it's like there was a lot. There's on, like you said, a genocidal scale. You would think that someone experiencing all that would turn his or her back on violence or anything like that, because they've seen the end results. If they were to continue that path, right? So she's seen this, but then she's willing, she talks about her. Okay, here's like, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Yes, I know, and someone's pointing out in my comments that Sauron is described as a sorcerer in sense, basically. But the fact that they glossed over that, and he's just referred to as a sorcerer in this series, kind of like gets my goat a little bit, because he's more than that. Maiar are more than that. They are spirits. So I felt like they're just reducing him to just a big bad sorcerer that she has to deal with, that happens to live a long time as long as elves. Maybe it's because they can't exactly have the rights to use the term Maiar or anything like that. But at the same time, it's Sauron is depicted as like just shy of being on the level of Morgoth. And did you get that at all from this first episode when she's talking about him? When she calls him a sorcerer?
Yeah, no, there's actually like a lack of, I don't even think it's fear. There's a lack of seriousness to this, because right here, all it looks like, honestly, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, that could be anyone standing there with the way that they've got the light coming off of his back. The only reason we know that's Sauron is because of the Jackson trilogy. The
Yeah,
only
I'm saying, like,
reason,
you wouldn't. It doesn't convey anything of
no,
Sauron's power here.
like
It, like,
looking,
it reduces him. I
yeah,
have no.
like looking at what are supposed to be orcs standing there, you can't
Mhm.
actually make out the features of one. And if you look up at the very top row to what would be the left of Sauron, and
Mhm.
you see, it looks like, again, copy and pasted that very top row, because you've got 3 of them that are almost in the exact same position, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the same shadow marker. And then you look on the other side, and again, it's like they just copy and pasted a bunch of them. Then you get down to the front, and it's the copy and paste thing again, or like closer, like perspectively speaking, you get closer to the front to us.
Mhm.
And then when you look at Sauron on the steps, you know, he could honestly be anyone
Yeah.
at this point, because there's nothing.
Yeah. He's in
Yeah,
the light.
exactly. He's in the light. That's what I'm saying. He could be anyone. From
Mhm.
this distance, honestly, he looks more like the Witch King of Angmar than
Yeah.
Sauron.
Mhm.
And that's bad. That's
Yeah.
not a
That's like.
good thing.
So I didn't like. Again, didn't go into details in my review because I got like my review itself was like going on 18 minutes. And I barely even covered anything. But when I like when I brought up Sauron, or at least when I was like making notes, I'm like, why is he just called a sorcerer? I'm like looking at this going like he's just like referred to as a sorcerer, and he's supposed to be the big bad, for one of a better way of putting it, in the Second Age. Like he is the ultimate evil in the Second Age. Isn't like not just, you know, a power hungry king or anything like that you know you have to fight some battles with. He is the one where he's like, you know, he's going to develop the One Ring and he's going to take over Middle Earth.
Yeah, he is the reason Numenor fall. Like, granted, it's the choices of the humans involved, but he literally is the reason. He, like, if you go back to it, he's the serpent in the garden. He's the great deceiver. He is the reason that Numenor was weakened enough by greed and fear and envy and lust to be able for it to topple. And that is what bent the world. The world at this point, assuming that but again, I don't even know if that is accurate. But at this point, the world's supposed to be flat. The world doesn't bend until after Numenor falls. Just an FYI, guys. But I don't know if they're going to do that, because
everything's in name only, pretty much. So
yeah.
But like, you know, kind of that was a backtrack. But here, like, you know, like I said, like, you know, Galadriel, after witnessing literal genocide from her own people, literal genocide from her own people, and then seeing her brother dead. Okay, that's the mark of Sauron. Okay, seeing her brother dead, she decides the path of violence. She chooses violence. She chooses vengeance. She chooses going after Sauron because, again, they reduce Finrod's story, and they like his sole quest, or whatever you want to call it, was hunting down Sauron. That's it. That's it. That's what they reduce it to. So she takes up his sword, his short sword, and she continues that quest. It's a 180 from what you like. For one, from 180 from how her character actually is, and two, how like her, based on what they have set up in the series, just in the first not even 8 minutes, a 180 from like what you would think that she would choose. And she takes up a sword, and
it's not even a sword; it's a dagger. Like
I call it like a short sword. It's not exactly
yeah,
as
like,
small as a dagger, but it's like basically a short sword.
It's just because here's the thing too, like that short sword. Oh, here we go. There's 9, right?
I count 10. 9, and there's 10 including her.
Yeah.
So 9 other elves.
Okay.
So
watch when they get to the top of the rock. I'm telling you, there's only like 7 of those suckers. 7 or 6.
Okay, so
okay. Oh gosh. The northernmost waste. What kills me about this, by the way, guys, is so we have Faradwith, and this is supposed to be the northernmost waste. And then like not even 10 minutes later, she's like, we must go further north. And I'm like,
Yeah, I'm like,
but you're in the northernmost waste. So like, where else you gonna go?
yeah, how much more north can you go?
Like, is there another northern? Like the most real northern waste? This is the real northernmost waste.
Yeah.
So allegedly in this scene, it got edited down. Like 2 or 3 of them were supposed to fall.
Okay, I'm trying to see if they're
And so I think they line up again one more time in the we just gotta so
okay, one falls here.
Yep. So
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, there's 9. Because I think there's like one in the back,
including her, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now one they're short one person.
There's one on the ground here. One falls. One right here.
Yeah.
One right here. One right here. One looks like right there. Unless I'm
think so. Yeah, I don't think
it is blocking the sun, so it has to be someone there, or at least something's blocking the sun, the light. One there, one there, one there, one there, and here. I mean, I'm seeing if we can get a better shot because it's really dark.
Maybe, but I
when I clicked on it, it minimized it. So let's see if I can get because they go into the cave. So at some point we're gonna have to. Okay,
that's also the best part. Dude trips. They haven't even taken 3 steps, and they're like, Galadriel, wait, and she's like, no, we keep going, and I'm like, dude, get your guy.
This is where I have another major issue with her character and that is, all right, I'm like, we're both like basically military. We know, we've had our share of idiot commanders, right? I'm not saying every commanding officer is an idiot or anything like that, but you would be hard pressed, especially nowadays, to find someone callous, and that's how they portrayed her in this part. Not only insufferable, but callous, because she demonstrates basically a complete disregard to all the others in her company. It's like
their well-being, their safety,
well-being, well-being, anything. Like the only thing that she cares about is avenging her brother. That's it. Like she literally one-track mind. Literally one-track mind.
Even though in what did she say? In 300 years, it'd been 300 years since they killed an orc, and they hadn't seen trace of Sauron or evil or his mark, his evil, anything like that. Been 300 years, and she's still going because she's sure it's out there. And it's like at this point, like I would have bought 30 years, I'd have bought 50 years, and even considering she's an elf, I would have bought 100 years. But at that point, this now becomes held up by plot armor, because there's no way that in 300 years she didn't see any of it. And the reason being, or any other elf didn't see any of it. The reason being is because she's in the northernmost waste right now. And in the Southlands, something is about to happen. There's no way that you have that much activity and you're completely unnoticed. Because you would have to kidnap people, like witnesses. You'd have to kill them. You'd have to kidnap them to prevent your secret from getting out. So disappearances would go up, which would raise suspicion, which means you'd have more elves being sent to the Southland because there's something out there. And instead it's, well, we haven't seen one in 300 years. Like at that point,
maybe you want to turn around and maybe head the other direction. It's like you're obviously not seeing anything up here.
At that point you were at like a wild goose chase. And why I say, when she says we have to go further north, I'm like, how do you possibly? She is making it so she's not even doing deductive or inductive reasoning at that point. She is guessing.
Yeah.
She is guessing. She's not even inferring. Like an inference would be if you saw an open bottle of pills and a dead raccoon next to it, you can infer that he likely ate some of the pills and is now dead. Right? This CGI was terrible. It was so trash.
Oh yeah, but I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here total.
I told you.
I'm saying I wasn't denying it. I'm saying I gotta get a good shot, but it's like they're missing a few.
Yeah, they're missing 3. And so from my understanding, that scene on the ice wall was supposed to be that one guy fell, one of the elves fell, and it was below her. And he was below her, and there wasn't anything that she could do for him. So she's
Mhm.
like, okay, we're gonna keep climbing. Okay, that's fair. But then when she slams the dagger into the ice and she continues to climb, and there's another male elf who is next to her, like on the rock face. They're at the same lateral position,
Mhm.
and allegedly he goes to sort of move something, and when he shoves his dagger or his short sword into the ice,
Mhm.
it cracks too much, and the sheet starts to break. And he looks over at her and goes, "My lady," and she looks at him, and then watches the ice finish breaking, and then he falls, and he hits another guy on the way down and takes him out with him.
Oh
That
my god.
allegedly, whether that actually happened or not, I can't say,
Mhm.
because it's not in this scene. It wasn't in the scene. But
Yeah.
now we went from 10 to 7. Like, you don't just lose 3 people and not give a crap.
See, that's the thing, Rusty, is that they don't have the rights to the Silmarillion or anything really dealing with the Second Age. So the only thing they have the rights to are the appendices. And so they decided they could tell a better story than Tolkien just based off of the appendices. And this is what we're getting.
They're filling in the, like, it's so hilarious to me, because they're saying, well, because Tolkien didn't write it, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Is there that? And that's not how it works. I don't know how familiar you guys are with like the legal system, but lack of evidence is not evidence. You can't say, well, she's not on any of the cameras, so clearly she was hiding in the blind spots to assassinate him, and that's why we don't see her anywhere. No, you have to have evidence to prove she was in those blind spots. You have to have literally, you'd need the smoking gun, or you need you need evidence that puts her at that place. You can't say that, well, she's not on any of the cameras because she was hiding in all those blind spots and she just wiped her prints at the crime scene, and that's why there's no trace of her. No, like, lack of evidence is not evidence. You cannot use that approach, and that is what this whole series has been written based off of, that mentality.
Okay, here's a better.
There we go.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3. Well, now there's like 6. So unless someone's off camera,
there's 3 legs. So the one closest to us, he's got 3 legs. So there's got to be someone in front of him.
Okay, so that's okay. That's 1, 2. We'll say there's 2 here. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so that's again not having any confirmation. It goes from 10 to 7 pretty much. So that's like down 3. So again, I'm wondering where the budget went for this, because I'm like, it's certainly not in anything that should be like that should be standing out, like the location, the costuming.
Also, I'm so glad that can you go back to her face really quick?
Yeah.
Do you guys see what she's got on her head?
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, what?
That's chainmail.
I was like, what?
Chainmail is not going to protect. It does nothing against the cold. If anything, it is going to expedite. It's going to expedite what the cold does to you, whether you're elven or not, right? And everybody's like, well, Legolas was able to walk in the cold without... Exactly. Look at all the other male elves. They don't have anything on their heads either. Like, they're fine. Why does she have chainmail on her head?
Yeah.
It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
The only time that like changing anything about a commanding officer in a way in a movie, and you brought this movie up on Josiah's stream, is 300 in a way, was that so that he would stand out from the other troops, and that was when they added the plume to Leonidas' helmet, because you wanted him to be able to stand out amongst the rest of the men. So that's okay there. Yes, it's historically inaccurate, but at the same time, it makes sense because you want the focus on him. Here, again, supposed to make sense, right? Everyone else doesn't need it. Why does she need it? It doesn't make any sense. Like, you want her to stand out. She's going to stand out. She has to stand out. She's Galadriel. But so why are you putting chainmail on her head?
Because it's just not enough. Like, she's also the only one with long hair that I can recall. So
in this troop, she's the only one with long hair. So she's going to stand out.
Long hair. So she already stands out. So the chainmail makes utterly no sense. It's not going to protect her from the elements. It's not going to protect her from the wind, because it's chain mail, which means it's links of chain, which means holes. So it's not going to protect you from the wind. It's not going to protect you from the elements. If anything, it's going to expedite hypothermia and frostbite. She even cracks the joke later on that she got frostbite and troll blood on her, which I guess was supposed to be funny, and it's not. But she's literally wearing chainmail for no reason. Like, she doesn't know she's about to go into battle. Are they going for the Joan of Arc vibe? Possibly.
Maybe.
They missed the mark.
They are definitely forcing diversity with these characters because, again, Tolkien makes it clear. Just for example, the elves themselves and the showrunners decide to cast.
No,
he's kind of like
there's
biracial,
no
basically, but
yeah, like why would a race who predate the sun, and like Galadriel,
you get your wire again.
before the first sunrise bloodied the sky, there was light.
Yeah.
And of course they're talking about the time of the trees. There's a reason the elves worship, like, that they're not worshiping, but they have an affinity with the stars and the Astari, who are supposed to be like angels and everything like this. And elves are about as angelic as you can get, as close to angelic as you could possibly get from the world, right? Because the Astari are obviously an entirely different race that came from the sky or came from somewhere. And then you've got this situation where why she acting like Feanor? Because they didn't put Feanor in the show.
Yeah,
like that's the thing. It doesn't make sense for an entire race who has an affinity of the stars and has existed since before the first sunrise to have a tan. You show me someone who can get a moon burn, and I will take back everything I said. Show me someone who can get tan from the moon, and I'll take it all back.
The only time that was ever funny was in the hotel, like at all made in like in humor, was in the Hotel Transylvania movies, and even then it's like it's a joke because they can't come out in the sun. But even then, but anyway, she would not be wearing this, so they go in. And someone pointed out, Trey pointed out, she just straight up punched ice. So it's like, what the?
I said that on Twitter too. I was like, yeah, Galadriel, you punched that solid wall of ice.
Yeah.
Her hand would be broken. Here.
Yeah, this is a solid wall of ice, and she punches it. Like I'm saying,
punches a hole. Like, doesn't just punch it and crack it. Punches a hole in the thing.
Yeah, right here. She's staring right through it. And like, see how thick it is right there.
Yeah. There's stone embedded in that.
Yeah.
Like, it's ice and stone, and she punches a hole through it. And then she tells her men, there was a door covered up here. Tear it down. Like, how do you know that? Like, how could you possibly... Like, it looks like every other ice sheet you've passed.
Yeah, and you just punched a hole in it. But somehow you can tell there was a door that used to be there.
Right? It's just utterly ridiculous. And so, of course, her elves, her men come up, and they bring down the door, and they walk in. So here is the other thing that makes absolutely no sense. So as they're coming around, this is apparently like some experimental chamber, some torture chamber, some dark magic of Sauron chamber.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just gonna say if I can just scroll through.
This is the scene right here where she finds the mark of Sauron again.
And she somehow knows.
Water. Yeah, by pouring water onto a table, onto a stone table, and is like, even what is it? Even like nothing can quench the fire of his hand or something like that. And so of course the water freezes, because that makes why wouldn't it turn to steam? This makes no sense. Why would it freeze? It's freezing, and then they have to highlight it. Yeah. Right. So why is it frozen? Why wouldn't it have made steam? Well, because it would have been damn near impossible to see that marking if they didn't do it this way. Right? So they had to, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And then Galadriel, by the way, who has narrated the entire scene that we are watching the scene happen, and Galadriel is not voiceover commentary narrating. She is speaking as Galadriel in the moment, telling us everything that is happening as we're watching it happen. It's ridiculous. Yeah. And then she's like, this was for the orcs to follow. We have to go further north.
How does she know that?
Right? That's a hell of a jump.
I'm saying everything was jump. Literally, it's like that's why, like I said in my review, it's like, what, feminine intuition? What is your proof? It's the mark of Sauron, but what is your proof at all that it was like basically a scavenger clue for the orcs to follow? What?
Especially when you had to punch through an ice and stone barricade to get to it. That is the most obscure, impossible to find breadcrumb ever.
You're talking about leaping to conclusions. She jumped the Grand Canyon with that. I'm like,
and here's the thing: she walks in. The other thing that doesn't make any freaking sense: they walk in, and one of her soldiers is like, "I can't feel my fingers. Like my fingers are feeling numb."
Yeah.
Right. It's so cold because it's evil. So so she's like. She goes,
it's Mark Burns for centuries. What?
Right? Oh my word! And then,
cold and heat cannot exist at the same time. So it's like it has to be one or the other.
Well, and then you've got when they walk in, and he's like, "My fingers feel numb," and she's like, "It's the evil of this place. It makes our torches give off no heat." And I'm like, when did heat become the mark of goodness? Like, it's light. It's not the heat. So if the place was so evil, why wouldn't it suffocate your torches?
Exactly.
Why wouldn't it suffocate the light of your torches? Because again, this is Sauron, and like I forget who said it in here too. Sauron doesn't go to the look at Mordor. The place is covered in a perpetual ash cloud, so that the sun never penetrates it.
Like someone pointed out, just like when I had the shot up of Sauron, it's like it's light out.
Yeah,
you would not be standing in the lights.
Even when it came to the last battle of the War of the Ring, and it was elves and men versus Sauron's armies, there was no light.
No,
it was Mount Doom was the light, and that's not a good you could. They make it a point in Jackson's trilogy, wherever the orcs go, there's cloud cover, because Gandalf says it to Pippin. It's to strengthen his enemy so that they can cover greater distances faster because they hate the light.
Yeah.
So why would their torches work in a place that she can sense the evil?
Yeah. And then
it's like heat from fire. Exactly.
Why might develop so many creatures of fire?
Like this one scene breaks. Even if this wasn't a Lord of the Rings attempt at an interpretation, the IP from Lord of the Rings, it breaks itself in this one scene because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever at all.
No.
But rather than it dousing the light of their torches, it douses the heat. Yeah. And this is a breadcrumb for orcs to follow. Like, lady, I don't care if you are Galadriel, and here's the other thing. The argument for this is, well, she has foresight and she can see into minds, and so when she saw the mark, she could see what its intention was. Okay, then Halbrand should not be able to disguise the fact that he's actually Sauron. You don't get it both ways. You don't get it both ways.
And if that ends up being the case, like part of me is like, again, don't want it to happen because it completely breaks everything that's Tolkien established. But at the same time, it's like, it would be just like stupid, and we'll go into this whenever we meet Halbrand, and it's because Sauron, master of disguise, disguised himself as an elf, Anatar, because he wanted to blend in with the children of Iluvatar. Because to Sauron, I'm not saying that he didn't ignored every other race, or at least dwarves and humans. Sauron had no knowledge that we know of halflings, pretty much.
Correct. Yeah.
That's why it was like, in a way, made sense that Frodo be the ring bearer in that terms, because Sauron wouldn't have thought about him.
And that Bilbo was able to hold on to the ring for so many years without being disturbed.
But Sauron would not have, if he wanted to blend in at all, just deceive the elves. Yeah, and again, it makes sense that he would himself disguise himself as an elf. You kind of stand out if you disguise yourself as a human. Especially with, and like this, again, the series is supposed to go into this, the forging of the Rings of Power. Because Celebrimbor did not trust Anatar. And the reason, as part, and not going into details, because he did not trust Anatar, Celebrimbor crafts the 3 Rings of Power for the elves. and like, and he's not, and that's Celebrimbor not even trusting what looks to be a fellow elf.
Yep.
So
Yep.
a human comes to him and wants this. You think Celebrimbor is going to be okay? It's like he's going to stand out.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all.
No.
And the fact that it's so funny because I've got people, oh my gosh, the trolls are so mad on Twitter.
Mhm.
And the idea that I don't know, it just makes me giggle.
Yeah.
Like, oh, someone found my stuff about how Amazon closing it down. I'm saying divine justice, that you have to shut it down for 72 hours, whatever, because we're not they have a Twitter troll. I was like, we're not trolls, like we're an alliance of film and book fans who actually like respect Tolkien and his life's work, and everybody's like, it's like these other, oh my god, hang on, I'm checking my Twitter right now. You're effing losers. So terminally online, they can think review bombing is some kind of victory. Like, they're calling me a troll. It giggles. But anyway, what I was gonna try and say was, like, the idea that there is racism or sexism or anything like that fueling the criticism behind this show is disingenuous and ridiculous, because there isn't. They fired Tom Shippey and Simon Tolkien, who is a grandchild, gave them one or two sentences, and they ran with that like he had been there from the beginning, witnessed the whole thing, and approved every single element of it. But they're so desperate to form this narrative, to have seal of approval from the right people, and just write everybody else off as trolls, that they can't approach this any other way. And the fact that Morfydd Clark is a talentless plank of wood.
I don't know how she was cast.
I have no idea.
Well, see, like, the only way for their narrative to work is because they only focus on, to them, obviously white males throwing any criticism at this show. Their narrative would fall apart, and they don't want to admit it, if they actually look at everyone who's criticizing this show. And the Tolkien fandom, look, I checked out Star Wars, but I was also a fan of Star Wars for years. However, the Tolkien fandom well predates any other fandom out there. And you'd think for as long as the Tolkien fandom has existed, that we would have noticed any sexism or racism in those decades. And there has
I was never told that I couldn't be a fan of Lord of the Rings. I was never told that I couldn't go see the movies. I was never told that it wasn't made for me. I have heard all of those things be said to men lately. And then when it crashes and burns, they blame those same men because they didn't support it after they were told
the same men
to.
you told it's not made for you, so don't watch it. And when they say, okay, I'm not going to watch it because you're telling me it's not made for me, then they get hit with, why didn't you watch it? Are you sexist? Or are you racist?
Yeah. You misogynists, you patriarchal scum. It's utterly ridiculous. And these people who are, hi, Teresa. I'm sorry that I fell asleep after my chores. I was planning on coming on for Shannara today. I'm sorry, love. But the absolute utter just disrespect for anyone who has even a hit, like, even to them, what would be a valid here's the thing. I've seen a couple of sites that were shilling for this before it came out. We gotta wait. We need to see what's happening.
I Nork.
Like-
I'm biracial, by the way. So
Oh yeah.
come at me with the sexism or racism, also. All right.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, go ahead. So.
Oh no, you're fine. But it's like this one account, it was, I think it's Nerd of the Rings on Twitter.
I
don't
think they
know.
blocked me.
I
what they want
probably
for?
well
Yeah.
because they were shilling pretty hard
Yeah.
the closer it got.
Yeah.
But so the Nerd of the Rings, they were like, this is gonna be fantastic. Like, we have to wait. This is gonna be epic. Amazon is spending a lot of money on this. It's gonna be fine. It's like we have faith in Amazon. We have faith in like, even though they've admitted that they have no idea what they're doing and they have absolutely no experience, we have faith in Patrick McKay and JD Payne. Like, we believe that Amazon is going to really just deliver on this. And now it's out. First 2 episodes are out. And they have valid criticisms.
Yeah.
They have valid criticisms. They have valid concerns.
Yeah.
And everybody who they were shilling with, everybody who was like, yeah, you tell them, Nerd of the Rings. Yeah, you're a true voice of the fans. You're this, you're that. Me over here being like, hey, I vehemently disagree with what you're saying. I was respectful about it too. I was like, I disagree. I think that when McKay and Payne came out and said that they don't know what they're doing and that they're, that this is the first really big project that they're going to tackle, and that they're still learning. Like, when the showrunners come out and say that they are still learning as they go, and trying to
European and Arabic, Middle Eastern.
Holy
But
crap!
go on, tell me how much
dude.
you're racist against Middle Easterners by
Norkay.
assuming my race.
If we're gonna go ahead and go this route, you realize that Jade would be considered Persian based off of where her ancestry is from. Like, if we want to go all the way back,
Yeah.
like, she'd be Persian. Just
Yeah.
FYI. Go snort. Go smell someone else's poop, Norkay. Go away.
Yeah.
But anyway, lost my train of thought.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's fine. Nerd of the Rings. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like Nerd of the Rings is bringing up several concerns, and they're like, hey, Finrod has been. They brought up Finrod being significantly altered. They brought it up, and now all these people who were supportive and were like, yeah, you tell those trolls, you tell those fake Tolkien fans, you tell these non-believers. And I'm like, y'all hear yourselves? My God. And Nerd of the Rings soaked that up. They took that in. They were like, yeah, we're on the side of, like, we know our stuff. We know what we're looking for. We have faith in Amazon. We have faith in this, that, and the other. And I'm like, did y'all not see what happened with Wheel of Time? Like, legitimately,
Yeah.
I can't even. I at some point, Disbrew and I just need to have like a 10-hour EFAP style shredding of Wheel of Time, because I have so much to say on that no review could honestly cover. But
Yeah.
I digress. I was like, after witnessing what Amazon did to Wheel of Time, I do not have any hope at all for this show. None whatsoever.
No. And they demonstrated no hope in like the first 2 episodes.
Exactly.
Now we have this.
It didn't deliver. Yeah, and now Nerd of the Rings is facing backlash. They're being called fake Tolkien fans. They're being told that they're trolls, that they're haters, that they're this, that they're that. And
I don't feel sorry for them.
It's like, hey, this is you made this bed. You get to sleep in it now. I had no problem with you hoping for the best. But when you started blocking people who disagreed with you, now Mara, you might have been a little bit aggressive. Let's be fair.
Oh, I'm not denying that. I'm saying like they blocked me.
But
I'm if anything but subtle. So I'm fully taking responsibility for that.
Oh no,
but
fine.
even then,
and
like
they
up to
have
that
the
point,
ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the ability and the right to block whoever they want. It's fine.
Yeah.
I disagree with that approach, but it's their right nonetheless.
Mhm. Yeah.
And the thing is, but they don't give that same consideration back. And
No.
so now that this isn't turning into what they were hoping for, now that this isn't becoming what they wanted, now that they are being proven wrong,
Yeah.
and that we who said this was going to be a bastardization, that this was going to be a character assassination, are correct, they can't come out and say that this isn't good because they've staked so much on it being as good, if not better, than the Jackson trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to roll with it. But they're like, oh well, I have a concern, or like it's just this little thing. Like they're making nods and hints to, well, it's just a little thing, but, and then they point out what it is, and it's not just a little thing. It
No.
really isn't.
No.
So,
It's like this part here, just getting through this, and then as we pointed out earlier, it took nearly the entire fellowship to take down a cave troll. And like these elves, I wish I could play this, but I know Amazon's watching and shit like that. So the cave troll literally doesn't kill the members of the party, but takes them out easily. And he's about ready to crush this guy here.
yeah.
And I wish I could show. Okay, it's not like. Hold on, let me see if I can. I just want to see a scene where she jumps on the sword somehow.
She runs up the sword.
Yeah, runs up the sword and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon leaps and takes down the troll by herself.
If we do the trailer and not the actual episode, we probably won't get hit because it is it's technically promotional material, and even if they do try to like claim it, you can claim that it's transformational and it's marketing material. So let me see.
Yeah, because again, like up until this point where she enters the picture with the guy who is like, I guess I don't want to call him insubordinate, because anybody in that situation would have been like, we need to turn back. Like, why are we continuing? But it's
the manner in which he does it.
Yeah, it's the manner in which he does it, which it's like, oh, he's just being a toxic male and not listening to the women, shit like that. So, but I'm looking at this goes like anybody in that position would have said the same thing he does, but they made him sound like
it's been 500 years and they have no proof.
Yeah,
like up until she poured water on a stone torture table, they had zero proof of orcs still being in existence.
Yeah.
Of Sauron being anywhere. Of
yeah.
Let me see. I've gotta hang on. Here we go.
We're gonna try to show it, because if I were to show it here, then Amazon would pretty much
I'm just
on the scene. So.
I'm trying to find the trailer where
it's like this is
if
where
I can get right to if I can get right to the part where she gets flung off of the sword, we're less likely to get hit, because that's less than 10 seconds. That's like, I think that's 5 or 6 seconds, but I can't see.
It's really not that long, but it stands out because that's why I call it the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon moment, where it's like, it's like I don't like when Legolas basically jumps up these falling rocks like
I called that crap out too.
Yeah, I don't like that. So what makes you think that we're gonna like this? It doesn't,
right? It doesn't make any sense.
The elves are agile. They're not light. They're not that light.
Well, and then everything that and then they're like, well, what about when Legolas walks on the snow? I'm going to repeat this for like the millionth time. Walking on the snow has nothing to do with weight. It has to do with weight disbursement. It is entirely possible that elves are able to disperse their weight differently than dwarves and humans. That is why snowshoes work. That is how snowshoes work.
Yeah.
You can be 200 pounds and you'll sink in the snow. But if you get the proper size snowshoes that will disperse your weight correctly, then you can walk on the snow. So it is
Mhm.
it is entirely possible that you'd be able to walk on the snow as an elf because you're built differently. So this idea that it has to do with how light she is, it does not hold, because even if she did disperse her weight differently, you still can't fling an elf off of a sword.
Mhm.
If that were possible, it would be used in battle a lot more.
Yeah. I mean,
Because
hell, like, speaking of like battle, like we still again make I like can't stand when in the Hobbit trilogy when you have the dwarves acting as a phalanx and the elves still leap over them. And I'm like, do you understand the point of a phalanx setup?
No, they don't. They genuinely don't understand military strategy. Like as I was watching, I realized that this they have no military. They can't. Like if there is a military strategist on payroll, I would be shocked and dismayed, and that person should
Yeah.
fire themselves. Like
Hmm.
they should fire themselves immediately, because there's no tactical anything in this. There is no understanding of how military movements work, why you have a cavalry, why you have a phalanx, why you have any of those things, why you
Yeah.
have archers. Like you don't stick your archers in the front lines.
No.
Like this is basic military strategy. And it's like, well, if you do something different and unexpected, no. You're talking about an element of surprise, which
Hmm.
you cannot force an element of surprise into existence on a battlefield. You cannot manufacture an element of surprise. You
No.
have to have everything set up prior to whatever attack it is that you are going to attempt.
Hmm. Yeah.
You have to have everything put in place prior to, and then everything has to go within less than 2 degrees deviation from your plan. Because if you go more than 2 deviations outside of your plan, it won't work, because you do not have the time to recover from a deviation that wide. Does that make
I'm just
sense?
trying to get a gauge of how. Yeah. I'm just trying like this whole scene. I think like once she enters and takes out lasts like 10 seconds. Because here, like she's doing like the whole walk away, spin the sword. Which I'm like, okay, does that like as if like that makes you look cool as you're walking away from defeating the orc? Like basically like 10 to 15 seconds. That's
Yeah.
it. Whereas like if we were to watch the scene with the cave troll in Fellowship of the Ring, it is this. I mean, I'm not saying it's like 2 minutes, but it does play out that long. So it's like it actually plays out like a scene, not come in, like whack, 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 dead. It's like it's what it amounted to in this scene. Like, that thing was supposed to be a threat. It nearly took out our party, but thank God we have Super Galadriel as our commanding officer.
Yeah, by the way, also swords don't get stronger based on who's holding them. They can be used more accurately and more deadly, but they don't get like your sword doesn't become sharper or stronger unless it's Excalibur, which their swords are not. It doesn't become stronger based on who the sword bearer is. Like your sword cannot now cut through troll flesh like butter simply because you're the one holding it. Because like what genuinely doesn't make any sense is her men attacked it, they made contact with it, and they got nowhere. But now because she's the one swinging the sword, she cuts through skin and tendons and all kinds of stuff. And it's again,
like someone pointed out, like, why did she need her party if she could do this all by herself?
Yeah, a snow troll all by her lonesome.
Yeah. And
holy word, did they take that down? Like I just can't find it.
It may be. I don't know.
I know it's
So
some.
she takes it out. She wants to keep going, and her party lays down their swords, basically saying, "We are not following you anymore."
Yeah, because they're like tired, they're cold, they're
I'm like, I'm not blaming them one bit. I'm like, that's why I
like
said
this
like
is
she's callous. She literally
well,
doesn't care about their
yeah, but
well-being.
that's the thing. They don't actually give a reason. Like he says earlier that we need to turn like we should turn back. We're
Hmm.
we fulfilled our oath. Here is the reason. We fulfilled our oath was it 2 weeks ago or something like that, right?
I can't
We've
remember. It was
we've
a time ago. We full
yeah,
our oath, and
we fulfilled our oath.
mm-hmm.
Okay, but if you actually believe in your commander like you say you do, and you like, why do you think an entire army, an entire like men have crossed the world to get to like South America to hunt for the city of gold because they believed in their commander and its existence that much.
Mm-hmm.
So what this is trying to do is the same thing it did with the kids being bullies, right?
Yeah.
Is that she's right, and even though they think she's right, they are not willing, they're not as strong as her, they're not as strong-willed as her, they're not as powerful as her. So it has to it's because of their weakness. They are holding her back, they are pulling her back
Mm-hmm.
to you know to Gilgalad and um to go back to Valinor and to abandon her oath to her brother to avenge her brother. They're the reason that she is doing this now
Yeah.
because they were so weak, because they couldn't handle it. She could. She's so driven, she's so
Yeah.
powerful. And but because they refused to stay with her, um
Mm-hmm.
she finally decided that she would go with them because she didn't want to be abandoned by her men. Well, maybe if you
Yeah.
treated them, I don't know, with a modicum of decency, they wouldn't
Yeah. I'm
feel the
saying like
need
that's
to
why I say
abandon
like
your
you
ass.
like up to this point, again like callous, disregarding, tunnel vision. Like really, it's like she's driven by only one purpose, and I get that like being driven by one purpose, but at the same time, it's like you also have to be at the same time take into account the well-being of
Yeah, that's
a
part of
party
being a
troops.
commander. Yeah, your
Yeah,
troop
so it's like,
well-being.
and she focuses on the one at the complete detriment of the other. So I'm like,
Yes.
anybody in that position, like men or like women, I'm looking at this way, men or women would be telling her, I'm not following you anymore. You're not giving me a reason. Like looking at everything she's done, despite the bad writing, I'm just like looking at everything she's done. You're not giving me a reason to want to follow you at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just like feeling you're right is not a reason. You're not giving me anything to believe in because you have shown like I've seen nothing and you have shown me nothing that proves at all that there's an inkling of you being right. So I'd be like, give me a reason. If you can't give me a reason, I'm laying down my sword. I'm not following any longer. Anybody in that, like man or woman, would be like say that. But it's the toxic males. It's goes back to like the little boy who was a bully to her in Valinor, which is like I'm thinking about that going, that is so fucking stupid. And so forth. That paints her as, again, it's going to be transpired too. Should have believed her all along.
Mm-hmm.
She was screaming, the sky is going to fall, and lo and behold, the sky actually fell. We should have believed her all along. That's what it's going to amount to.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm saying, just in writing alone, forgetting everything we know about what Tolkien wrote, and because the Rings of Power Chevron sure as hell did, but forgetting everything Tolkien wrote, you are giving us nothing to go off of.
Mm-mm. And like the crazy thing too is that they legitimately think this is good. That is a problem.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so guys, this is a memed version of it, but that just means that we'll less likely get hit for sharing it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, just
it's double transformative. So this is the clip. You'll have to ignore. You'll see what I mean. They've inserted a little something to help you see how ridiculous this is. So here we go. This is the troll scene. So he flings his sword back. It's Morven time. And then he flings her off the sword.
Yeah.
He flung her off his sword. Like, this is not... She is... God, that has to be... Oh my God, the quality is terrible. But, like, that has to be at least 6 feet in the air. Because that cave troll's got to be 10 foot.
Yeah,
right?
he flings her. Yeah, see, there's a sword. So he flings her.
She's in the air. That's more than 6 feet. That's 12 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Like, physics is not on your side. There's not enough.
No, she'd break the sword.
Yeah, like there isn't enough. This is basic incline plane, work versus load versus weight. All of that stuff comes into play here. There is not enough surface area on this sword to generate the necessary force to fling her that high.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible. Like, even if she was light enough to be flung off of a sword, there is not enough surface area on this sword, nor is there enough force generated by his arms alone to be able to generate 12 feet in the air.
At the very least, because she's like basically she's just about over the troll, and the troll is not that small. So it's
he's at least 11 to 13 feet.
Yeah.
So it's just, this isn't possible, because even in Middle Earth, regardless of how ethereal and light of foot and otherworldly elves are, this is not possible. And another reason, by introducing this, it makes it seem like the elves who fought the last battle, the last alliance of men and elves, when they were fighting Sauron before Isildur destroyed Sauron's physical incorporation. Why weren't they flinging elves over the front lines of orcs to break ranks behind them? Like, this strategically would make no sense. If you can fling elves this high with this distance, you would be flinging elves into the ranks of the orcs to break their ranks.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And it's
if they could
just
do this
not
now,
possible.
why didn't they do this? Like say, for example, the last alliance of elves and men. Why didn't they do that? Why did the elves stay back and shoot arrows? Why did they have the positions as they did? If they could just fling elves all the way back to behind the orcs and flank them that way, do a pincer move.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just do it?
Especially if you don't have, because the other thing too, where they fought the last battle, they couldn't get the position to pull a pincer move. So the ability to do this would have given them a pincer move.
Yeah.
But like, it doesn't
No.
It doesn't make any sense. It like, and optically, especially because it's such a short scene, it's confusing and doesn't land. So like, she flings, right? She boom, and then so she hits him in the back, and it's enough to anger him and turn around. And then she's just like spin kicking and somersaulting around him, and then suddenly, why is her sword making dents in his skin? How come when they attacked? Look, the only marks on him are from her sword. And then of course her short sword like stabs it, but like, so first and foremost,
See, like, few, like they get hit with the block of ice, and he goes
block
through.
of ice, they come running through, right?
And they're going after him. No marks. Yeah.
No, nothing. Like they've fired on him. They're hitting him with the torch. They're trying to hit him with swords. Like, these guys are not unarmed, but they're completely helpless against the troll. And then of course, rather than using his BAS, big ass sword, to, inflict some damage, it's like
my queen, go on the sword.
Yeah,
yes.
My queen. My queen. Please, I'll do this really cool spinny move, and I'll throw my sword behind me, run up me like a ramp, and I will I will launch you into the stratosphere of greatness because everything has to be built off the backs of men, and this scene just proves that.
Yeah.
Because you don't see her flinging dudes off of her sword.
No. It's all about, like, that again, it's like they find a way to take a beloved character and just make her insufferable.
This is not Galadriel.
No, I'm saying, like, it's like that. It's in
no.
name only. It's in name only, but like he's so insufferable, and just in the first episode.
Yeah, and the thing too is like Gary over at Nerdrotic, he tweeted out the other day. He was like, "Well, it's official. Amazon has effed up Lord of the Rings," and I'm like, "No, they effed up their shot at an interpretation of Tolkien's works and world. This is not going to taint Tolkien's works at all. Just like the animated film from all those years ago didn't taint Tolkien's work, even though it was a terrible interpretation." Look, member berries. You see you see something that looks like Rohan, even though it's Rovanian.
Rovanian or something. But here's where we meet the Harfoots. Like, we're not even like 20 minutes in, and it's like it's like, oh my god, now we're finally getting to the Harfoots. So these guys are supposed to be hunters, I guess what the Harfoots call them.
This was one of the scenes. This was one of the pictures that Vanity Fair shared.
Yeah,
and because this was a deliberate pick by Amazon for their marketing campaign, you would have thought that this would have been a much more impactful scene that we're watching. Nope, they're literally just walking through the grass.
Walking through the grass. I don't know what it is that they're even talking about, but they're trying to make it to this lake or this river or whatever before sunset. The one on like the closest to our screen, technically, like hears a noise, turns around, and you kind of get like a really fast glimpse of what looks like an animal. And then the older man on the a little bit farther away, it's like, somehow he knows that they're Harfoots. Somehow he's heard about Harfoots and things like that. So somehow he knows about them.
Don't want to run into those lot.
Yeah, and he scared. So he tries to scare the other guy. They walk off, and then lo and behold, yes, the Harfoots were there. Let me go back. So they start, because this is the conversation, and that's it. That's it. And the Harfoots appear. They're kind of blending in with the surroundings.
They're so dirty.
Yeah, they are. I'm like,
they're matted. Their hair. I made a point of this when I was doing my live review on Thursday. Their hair is matted and filthy.
Look at it, dirty. It's just like they're not appealing to look at all.
They don't care for themselves, is what this looks like. Nomadic tribes, because they're like, oh well, they're nomadic people. Like, nomadic tribes didn't look like this, because if you treat your clothing this way, it wears out faster.
Yeah.
You have to take care of the little bit that you have. Delays. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. They would be taking care of themselves. They'd be taking care of their items. They'd be taking care of their clothes.
And they're supposed to be the most representative of hobbits, even though the showrunners have claimed this is not a hobbit story. And we're like, no, they are hobbits. They're not. They're thinking about like hobbits as the genus, basically. And like the different species. Harfoot is a species of hobbits. They are hobbits. So, and they're not even mentioned in the second, or the histories of the Second Age. Doesn't mean they didn't exist in the Second Age, just they weren't mentioned. So you can't include them in the Second Age. So they're kind of trying to get around that by claiming, no, this is not a Hobbit story. This is a Harfoot story. Like, no, this is a Hobbit story. And there's, like, it's supposed to be of the different species, the 3 different species, the most representative of hobbits, meaning, because they're the ones that make it to the Shire, what we're supposed to see them become by the time the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings comes. You're telling me this? Somehow they figure out that maybe we should start taking care of ourselves. It took them, thousands of years to figure that out?
Apparently.
I'm looking at this going, I'm not seeing this turning into what we see in the Shire.
No, absolutely not.
Hey, Steve.
Hi, Steve. No, and what's worse, what's truly terrible is their introduction of Poppy.
Oh yeah, it's like she's supposed to be comic relief or something, because like there's nothing.
It's Sam. Did you not pick up on that?
I'm getting that, but I'm saying it's like
the fat Hobbit jokes.
Yeah.
But instead of it being the fat Hobbit, she's the fat Harfoot. It's the fat jokes. Like, literally, her character introduction, guys, is right here. She gets stuck in the fence. and then falls face first in the mud right there.
Yeah.
She falls
Can you
in the
imagine
mud.
them like treating like Sam like that?
Right? Well, and they're like, well, Sam tripped, Sam fell, Sam was goof, Sam was, Sam was trying to spy and he got hit on the head by Gandalf with his staff, and that was funny because Gandalf pulled him through the window. But at no point, like even when they fall down the hill and Mary lands, like, or no, is it Sam? Who Sam almost ends up in doo-doo with a face
So, like,
in doo-doo.
but like at the same time, it's like, but like he didn't end up in the doo-doo, and
he didn't, because that would be utter, like, that'd be insulting and not fit into the world that Tolkien created. They didn't pull any punches with Poppy. The fat jokes drop often, they drop hard, and they literally put her in the mud face first.
Okay, I have to answer Stig real fast here. First off, you have to get his name right, spell it right, and then maybe I'll do it. It's Reepicheep. Look it up. It's a character from his character from Narnia, from C.S. Lewis. Anyway, it's our Conan D&D session. He hates it when I may have him make the sound for my creature. But anyway, yeah. So basically, they're taking like the character of Sam, but it's trying, like, making Poppy the butt of the jokes and literal butt of the jokes, not just like humor around her. Like Sam, when he got hit by Gandalf and things like that, yes, that was humorous and things like that because Gandalf heard Sam underneath the window and things like that, so it's kind of funny. But it wasn't at the detriment, at Sam's character.
Yeah, and Gandalf thought it was a legitimate threat. Yeah. So, like, had it proved to be a legitimate threat, he had his staff, he could have done something about it, right? So at this point, like, what Amazon fundamentally misunderstands is that, yes, everybody giggles at, like, the Gollum fat hobbits' joke and stuff, like filthy stupid hobbits'. Everybody giggles at those, but Sam being heavier, Sam being fat is not why we love Sam.
Yeah.
Like, that is not an endearing quality. That is not why we love him. We love him because of his loyalty and his devotion and his dedication, his bravery, and his intrinsic goodness. I've brought this up on other streams, but I'll bring it up here. You can go ahead and read that. Sorry.
They're trying to combine Sam, Merry, and Pippin, and you do it so well, Stig. So I'm like, I'll leave it to you to do that tomorrow. But no, but it's like the irony is, it's like, just before you continue, the irony is with Sam's name, Samwise actually means half-wise. Actually means half-wise. So it's ironic in a way because if you look at his character, he's not that at all. He's not that at all. He's loyal. He finds his bravery because at that point, living as a hobbit, not having dealings with anyone else in the world, you wouldn't expect to have to do that. But he stands with Frodo, stays with them literally to the fires of Mount Doom. Is the one telling Frodo, don't trust Smeagol. I don't care if he says like he's like going to be good and the power of the ring's not going to control him. No, don't trust him. Like Sam sees that, and it's Frodo's pity. Same as the pity that stayed Bilbo's hand, which has Frodo keep Smeagol with them. But then, like, Sam's not stupid. He's not at all his namesake. But then you have this. Oh my god.
Yeah. Poppy is nothing like Sam. And the thing I was going to say, I've brought this up on other streams, and people are like, I don't know why people don't realize this. Sam is the only character from Aragorn to Boromir, Faramir, Galadriel. See what I did there? Because they're obsessed. By the way, through the whole freaking show, like the whole 2 episodes we've gotten, they're obsessed with rolling R's. But they don't do it all the time, so it makes it even more annoying when they do it. But anyway, but Galadriel, Gandalf, everyone whom was presented the ring had to talk themselves out of taking it. When Sam thinks Frodo is dead after Shelob and his fight with her and everything, Sam is the only character in the entirety of Middle earth. Like, it's not just, but while Frodo has the ring, like, Sam is the only one who has to talk himself into taking the ring.
Because he's ready to continue the quest. He's ready to he's ready at that point because he thinks Frodo is dead.
Yeah, but he's the only character who has to convince himself to take up the ring, even though he thinks Frodo is dead. He thinks Frodo's dead, and he still has to convince himself. Where he's like, I'm not I'm not him. I'm not Mr. Frodo, but I'm the only one left. I'm the only one, so I have to take it, don't I? But if I take it, then that means that Mr. Frodo must really be dead. And then, of course, Sam's hand gets forced when the orcs come around, and he knows he can't let them find the ring.
Yeah.
So he takes it and runs to try and finish the quest, or like runs to hide to finish the quest without Frodo. Of course, finds out that Frodo's not actually dead. But he was, but at no point was he ever tempted by the ring, even when.
Well, he point this out. Like, even when he's going to hand it back to Frodo, he doesn't hesitate because he wants to keep the ring. He hesitates because he sees the look on Frodo's face.
Yeah,
that's why he hesitates. He's looking at how Frodo looks, and he's like, it's like, and thinking of what happened to Smeagol.
Yeah,
that's why he hesitates.
Yeah, he hesitates to hand it back because Frodo is talking like someone who is obsessed with the ring, not obsessed with the mission, not obsessed with the quest to get it done. Yeah. Because in Sam's heart, Sam, that saying of the world would be a far better place if we cared about good company and good food and stuff like that. That's in the story. That line is in there. Sam is that. Sam cares for the people he loves. Sam is not tempted by the ring because he doesn't have ambitions of power, of self-service. He is self-sacrificing. He is humble. He is defensive. He's loyal. He's caring. And his love, which is, of course, a fraternal love, it's a brotherhood. His love is stronger than anything that the ring could ever hope to attain, emulate, or magnify.
Well, basically, the sum of everything is he's content. He has no desires beyond
what he has.
Yeah. So really, the ring, he has nothing beyond what he already beyond what he already has. So he's pure, as Mr. Bentham says, he's pure.
Yep, exactly. And so I think that is a crucial key part of his character. But I doubt we're gonna get that from Poppy.
I'm not saying anything. She's her first introduction is her getting stuck in a fence, a hole in the fence, and having to be pulled out, and then falling face first in the mud, and then lifting her head up and going enchanting. It's
right.
I guess that's supposed to be funny. I don't know, but they're where they're not supposed to be, picking blackberries. It looks like, or wild berries, and then they find trying to get these tracks right here. One of the kids spots these tracks, calls over Nori, which is oh my. I heard that name when it was announced, and I was like, "You're taking the name of a dwarf?" But anyway.
Also, can we point out now, Mara? I don't know if you've hunted, but I'm assuming because you also have a military background, you were taught at least the basics of tracking and what to look for. Yeah. Something that makes a footprint that size isn't going to leave everything else around it undisturbed.
Yeah, there's everything around it is you not crushed,
nope,
or trampled down or anything. It's just a footprint right there. It's okay, where are the other tracks? Is there not one near it or anything like that? I'm not seeing anyone before it or after it. As if it was walking. Nothing. Look at this shot here. You think maybe you can't see my mouse, but right around where the leaves are in the front, there'd be something poking out there showing that's taking this path here.
There'd be exactly. There should be something, at the very least, another paw print.
Yeah.
But there's nothing.
Yeah. If Poppy mentions taters, I'm going to riot. Pretty much, yeah. It's a one-legged wolf, apparently.
she's one-legged wolf that can run and hop really fast. The thing is, it's not potatoes that she's stuffing her face with, but it is like our next scene with Poppy is her filthily eating berries, like gorging herself on berries.
There,
right there, like look at that.
I should be like one of this like shot for the thumbnail because that's how we see her.
That is like this is when we turn to Poppy. This is her. She's stained with berry juice and berry bits. She's shoveling them into her face like they're trying to make this a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And they're making her a joke. And for a company that was so hell-bent on diversity and respecting women and loving bodies of all sizes and shapes, they sure are fat shaming the heck out of this woman, this character. Do you know what's really bad? This is some of the only parts in these episodes, some of the only parts where it's not like narrated to us. Like at no point does Nori say put the berries down or stop stuffing your face, or does Poppy say that I'm eating, right? Like this is one of the few times where we're not getting narrated what is happening on screen.
Yeah.
And Bruce, I don't know about Jade because she was in a different branch than I was, but I spent like 2 weeks on
it'd be like, I'm not saying I never really did SEER training, but it would be part of it, like, survival.
Yeah.
So rescue, things like that. Learning how to track.
So but even if you hunt as a kid with your like family, you learn how to track. You learn how to look for scat, what scat to look for, what size it is, what shape it is. If it's wintertime, is it smoldering? Is it smoke? Like, is it steaming, which means it's still hot? Is it hard, which means it's been a while? You look for tracks. You go for food sources that they would normally look for. It's just like basic stuff. So, but anyway, you've got poor Poppy over here who it looks like if you look at her headpiece where the others have got like acorns and stuff, I mean, they still look ridiculous, but they at least look like a headpiece of some sort. Hers looks like so like Nori's looks like one of those little side hats that women would wear to like the track or something, right? Poppy's looks like she fell backwards in the bush and came out with leaves in her hair unintentionally.
Yeah. Like they're sticking up like that, pretty much.
And they're really obsessed. Do you see how they're like pronged out like that? They're really obsessed with that design because freaking Queen Regent of Numenor, that's how her helmet design is. You just have to add a couple more like leaves and you would essentially have her helm, which is also tactically inefficient because the only thing it's going to do is catch glancing blows and pull them towards her head and turn them into fatal hits.
I'm trying to see if I can get this is the wolf that's around there, but doesn't bother looking over in that direction, seeing some hobbit children they could eat. No, it's just like concerned with eating over here,
right? Like
I thought that was going to happen, but it just cuts there. I'm like, okay, I guess they all get away.
This is indicative of very poorly of a very poorly done show because the etiquette, like the thing is, you don't see the wolves come down off the rock. You see something move up on top of the rock, and then Nori is hurrying them out of the garden, and then it cuts to them being out of the garden, and then it cuts to the wolves being in the garden. So you don't actually even see the flow of motion of the scene. It's like cut and pasted.
Yeah.
So it's really insane how this whole thing has been set up. And I am all like, yes, you need suspension of disbelief when you go into fantasy and stuff like that. But these people are breaking the rules of, like, again, even if this wasn't an attempt at an adaptation for an IP of Lord of the Rings related material, it would still be.
But it still have to make sense. Like, there's suspension of disbelief, and then there's checking your brain at the door.
Yeah.
So even with
there's
suspension of
nothing.
disbelief, there has to be some plausibility there where you're like, okay, it's not quite believable, but at the same time, it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
Mm-hmm.
But here, it's like someone, like Corey pointed out, that wolf would have smelled them before he saw them. So somehow they notice the tracks and are able to get away, and this wolf is doing nothing to even just try to smell them out.
Yeah,
I'm like looking from that perspective, and I feel like you'd have to check your brain at the door with this, just that alone in this scene. Anyway, so they get away because I guess like you have to keep I don't know, whatever PG-13 rating they have for this, because you didn't see any blood on the snow troll or whatever it is. So
no,
I guess
you saw
can't have
like
kids.
the cut on his head was the only.
Yeah.
There should have been brain matter on her sword when she pulled it out of his head.
Yeah,
there wasn't.
Yeah, there wasn't. So I'm like, so obviously they can't show little Harfoot children getting eaten, so it still doesn't make any sense. But whatever, they get away, and okay, this is Elrond writing in his journal. I have no idea what he's writing about, but this is Elrond, the actual of the two characters, who is a commander. Who is a commander? Even before the Last Alliance, he was a commander. In service of Gil-galad. So, and it's like I was going to bring this up a little bit earlier, but now I'm going to bring it up since like I'm mentioning the fact that he was actually a commander. How are they going to explain away the fact that Galadriel's not on the battlefield in the Last Alliance? She's supposed to be a commander. So is she going to, throughout the whole series, be right about Sauron returning, and yet suddenly, in the moment where she could have a chance to take him out forever, she's not going to be on that battlefield? Is that? I'm saying, am I missing something? Is that making remote sense?
I mean, why is Doran like we're going to be perfectly honest here, guys? The part of when they were like, oh, this is going to be separate. It's not going to be tied to Jackson's Lord of the Rings. This isn't a prequel. This is this is a story that happens earlier. That it's its own thing. Well, if that is the case, then you might be able to get away with a little bit. But it's not, because it literally says in their intro of their marketing, they say that come back to the beginning, every legend has a start. Come with us. So this they try to have this epic grandiose moment. So these events are supposed to directly tie into either Tolkien's books, the Jackson trilogy, both. I don't know, but it based off of how they marketed it, it should in fact be that this ties into well,
I'm saying it's like, even with it's supposed to have the rights to The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. All right, this is supposed to tie in. Now, granted, it's the Second Age, so it's not everything's going to directly tie into The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, but you're supposed to see the progression of it tying into everything, and everything that we're not even like halfway through this stupid first episode, but nothing at all smacks of anything that's going to be tied into what we see later.
No, it doesn't.
They're bastardizing both these characters by switching the roles. And then you get to the Last Alliance and it makes no sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. And the thing too is oh gosh, I'm jumping ahead again, but Galadriel should never be meeting Sauron. This ship that they have going, that could not be more obvious, especially since they're on a literal ship.
Yeah.
I don't know if the writers think they're being clever or what's happening, but
I don't know. It's like the thing is like they think they're more clever than they actually are, and I have no idea what Elrond is writing about, but he's writing in his Dear Diary. From
they call him Great Herald here, don't they? Or like
Great I'm saying okay, yeah, that's why I said like they reduce him. Well, I'm not just saying like necessarily herald is a bad thing, but at the same time, it's like it kind of make him like a herald or an ambassador of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Like they literally take the description they give of him as a cunning architect and actually make him a fucking architect, because Celebrimbor shows up later, and Gil-galad is like kind of like pairing the two up because Celebrimbor needs help.
Yeah, Celebrimbor's like he literally tells Elrond to his face. He's like, I want this done in 6 months, and I need a team. I have you. Like, even if Elrond is the most brilliant architect ever, he can't manifest a tower in 6 months.
No.
And so, like, Celebrimbor's plan, the whole reason, spoilers, the whole reason that they have to go to Khazad-dûm is because Elrond suggests they go ask the dwarves for help.
Yeah. Which takes away from Celebrimbor, because Celebrimbor is the one that had dealings with the dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically of Khazad-dûm.
Yep.
But they take that away from him as well.
Yeah, so they give that to Elrond, and they take it away from Celebrimbor. And then, oh my god, Gil-galad. They turn Gil-galad into a backstabbing, selfish, self-serving prick who hates Galadriel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The same. I'm gonna breathe.
That's how that's why I had to stop my review near the 18-minute mark, because I was like, if I keep going, I can rant for as long as I watch these 2 episodes. Because I was like, I can't do it anymore.
All right, I'm gonna move off of Gil-galad because I'm gonna put it this way: of all the character assassinations in these 2 episodes, and this is saying something because Finrod has been assassinated, his character's been assassinated, Galadriel's character's been assassinated, Elrond, Durin, hobbits, all of these character assassinations that have happened. Gil-galad's is the worst.
Yeah.
What they've done to him, how they have.
And this is also the one who was pretty much the general.
Yeah. How they've presented Gil-galad in this series is an insult to everything, to anything that has to do.
Skip to where we see him, because this is Lindon, basically.
Which, by the way, is not. It's a region. It's not a city.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. But this is supposed to be Lindon, or however. And like he meets Galadriel. Somehow they're friends. Somehow he knows her. And I'm just gonna skip. And he's telling her basically that Gil-galad is going to honor them rather than basically punish her because she's been insolent.
And this is the same Gil-galad, by the way, who is responsible for forming the last alliance of elves and men. FYI. Yeah. That Gil-galad. The one who stood at the final battle. That Gil-galad. Okay,
so this is like I'm going to kind of skip some parts because we kind of need to get through at least episode 1. But like this is kind of like a Little Mermaid sort of situation where Poppy's going like, it's like, have you ever wondered that there's anything beyond our wondering? Yeah, she's so poetic that way. Like, like there's a great big wide world out there. Yeah, so basically she's the hobbit with
that's the
curiosity.
Elves have their forests and
and okay, here's Gil-galad. And this actor, I don't know if it's the direction he was given or what, but every one of his lines, doesn't matter what he's saying, is so monotone.
And slow.
Yeah. It does not equate to wise or anything like that, or anything like that. In my rant video, I was like, whenever I was watching his scenes, I was like, wake up, wake up, wake up. because you can be, how do I put this? You don't exactly have to raise your voice to have force behind it. So when he's like purposely focusing on Galadriel, and he's kind of like, or at least when he's like when he's saying certain things about when he's I wish the subtitles were working. I don't know why they're not working. But when he's like purposely talking about her without directly referencing her, like there should have been like, an indication where it's like, notice the tone of my voice. Right now I'm being benevolent, but I like say the wrong thing right now. And you'll find out that like not the wrath, but that like what punishment I would like, that like I would have in store for you for your insolence, rather than what I'm doing so to honor you right now. I should have at least gotten that is like not necessarily and not a bad leader, but a leader who's like saying like, like you do not test me right now. And I got none of that from him.
No, there's no power that radiates from him. Like Nothing. He's not charismatic. I mean, it's the same problem with not Galadriel. There's nothing ethereal. There's nothing otherworldly. There's nothing commanding. There's nothing powerful. No. It's just not there. It's just simply not there. And so to attempt to, again, manufacture it by talking slow. That's what I'm saying. Morphed, like whoever the vocal coach, if there even was one on set, should be fired, because there isn't any gravitas to lines that are being delivered that are supposed to have hidden meanings or heavy consequences tied to them.
Yeah.
And everybody is talking I'm assuming that these are all British actors, whether they're from Ireland, Scotland, somewhere in England, Wales, what have you. I think Morfydd Clark is a Welsh actress.
Yeah, she's the only one I know, because like they mention whenever they're talking about, because she was like written about the most of all these characters. Yeah. She's written about the most, so she's the only one I know.
Yeah, and so like all of these actors, it feels like, I don't know if you've got any nieces in this time in like this age range, but it feels like when you go over to have like to visit like your family or whatever, and your niece or your daughter or both of them combined run up because they're cousins and they're playing, and they're like, come have tea with us. And then you sit down, and then they pull out like these really fake posh British accents because they think that that's how you would talk at a tea party. And they're like, can you pass the crumpets, please, Susan? Why, yes, Helen, here are the... Like, that's how these guys sound.
Yes. My nieces will be 3.
Okay, your time's coming.
Next year, so she's not quite at that age, but I know what you're talking about, because like literally every time that's been even portrayed on screen, it's like they always go with the fake British accents.
Yeah, and it's like these guys are legitimately, unironically attempting to push those accents.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's unironic is what really makes it bad.
Yeah,
because this is them legitimately delivering their line, and you're like, what? Like, honest to God, that's what you're going with. That's where we're landing. Okay, all right. Carry on.
Yeah, no wonder Thranduil's dead. And wait,
right?
Oh yeah, don't want her. Jeez. So he's going through. He's like crowning them, like they're like honoring them essentially. And this is when he kind of like gives her the look. I mean, again, saying like, he doesn't exactly have to be mean about it necessarily, but at the very least, you need to have something behind the tone of his voice telling him in no certain ways, do not test me.
That subtlety, that subtle threat has to be laced in there for her to pick up. Like, I'm being benevolent now.
Yeah.
Push.
Do not test me.
Yeah, not push any further and you're done. And she's, because see, the thing too is she looks at him and looks at Elrond, and Elrond looks at her, and then she curtsies, right? But there wasn't anything in Gil-galad's voice or even his facial expressions, because they do this whole thing where he looks at her eyes, right? Because in Peter Jackson's trilogy and the Hobbit trilogy, Peter Jackson's Hobbit trilogy, Galadriel's eyes are like these they focus on them and as they should. I mean, Cate Blanchett's got gorgeous eyes, but they're supposed to be these deep, like essentially eternal pools of wisdom and kindness and love. That's what you're supposed to be seeing in them. And that is not what we see in this scene from her at all. No. So it's utterly ridiculous. And the thing is, yes, Gil-galad is king, and he is the last High King of Noldor, because he of course dies in the Siege of Barad-dûr, where Sauron effectively kills both Elendil, who is Isildur's father, and of course Gil-galad. And so right, at least Gil-galad has long hair.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, bow to your cousin once from your first cousin once removed. I was just about to say, she is a princess. She is technically, I can't remember if she's older than him or if they're the same age. But she and Celeborn are supposed to be married already, and they have Celebrian, who marries Elrond. So Elrond is supposed to be Galadriel's son-in-law.
Yeah.
And they have this really weird, very bizarre, like pseudo-romantic relationship. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
But I mean, I digress. It's very.
She's 100 years older than. They're close, like for elves, they're close in age.
I couldn't remember. I was like, she's either older than him or they are like bang on at the same age. I just couldn't remember. Galadriel's 100 years older than Gil-galad. This situation would never happen. Just like she never would have been bullied when she was in Valinor. Like, it wouldn't happen. She is an elvish princess. Like, oh my god. This would be like Legolas bowing to Arwen. It doesn't make any sense. Because he's a prince. He is a prince. Like, it just, my body hurts. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. So, I'm not trying to get through this quickly, but this is where he tells them they get to go to the Grey Havens. All right, she's upset because, oh no, she can't continue her quest to avenge her brother's death, even though that goes against her character.
This is the one part. Okay, that where these were done well. Like, whoever did the tree carvings, I'll give them this. They didn't copy and paste those.
Yeah.
Mazel tov. You got one thing right. But I will give credit. Right. I'll give credit where credit's due. Those look fantastic.
So Elrond comes to see her. I can't remember the exact. No, this is where she says, "Without my sword,
what am I?
Who am I to be?" or something like that. And I just think of the meme with the Will Smith gesture going, "This." Like, Galadriel doesn't need a sword.
Mother of light.
Yes.
Well, and then this is also like, what am I to be? Without it, what am I to be? And then Elrond's like, what you've always been.
He says, my friend. Oh my god. And
I'm like, who wrote this?
Yeah.
Who wrote? And see, this is what I'm saying. There's this weird. They're trying to do this weird ridiculousness because Galadriel is like 500 years older, or pretty close to 500 years older than Elrond, because they don't have. Celebrin's not born until. Elrond's born in the First Age. Celebrian, who is Galadriel's daughter, is born in the Second Age. So she should already have. So she should be a mother. She and Celeborn should be. They were both born in the first age. They got married. I think. How much older is she than Elrond? Because he was born in the first age in like 500, but she was born in Year of the Trees, which precedes the first age, and she's like way. Because by the time they reach the first age, she's already like 1300. So that makes her almost 2,000 years older than Elrond. Like, give or take a couple centuries.
Yeah, again, she's supposed to be married to Celeborn because, like, when Finrod dies, she's already been married to Celeborn.
For centuries, for millennia. Like, they've been married. They have like, it's just it's insane. But Galadriel is like 1,300 or 1,400 years old when they hit. Okay, yeah. So if he's 6497, because she is, there's 2,000 years, give or take a couple centuries, between her and Elrond. And they're treating them like teenagers in this. I'm so sick, by the way. I'm sick of the teenager saves the world trope. Can we please get off of that? These Wynants need to move past high school.
Yeah,
desperately.
Okay, so this is that's like just the conversation they have as we went over. Now we finally get to the non-canonical characters. So you see this stranger coming through the village, comes in, and it's I'm trying to get a good shot of him. Okay, you don't see the ears, but that's the Hood Legolas, pretty much. Elf with the fade. And he, he's part of the Watch, as you pointed out earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That's been, here it is. We don't know exactly how long the Watch necessarily has been put in that place to observe the humans, things like that, the ones that serve Morgoth. We just know that he's been there for about 80 years.
Yep.
So that's all we know. So we don't know exactly how long that Watch has been in place. But it's been in place long enough that they were worried. They were focused on, what if if these humans start worshiping anything that smacks of Morgoth, we have to be ready, sort of situation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so kind of goes back to Galadriel. That, I don't know, maybe you should have started south. I don't know why she headed north. Because this village here and the one they go to are both non-canonical.
Mm-hmm.
So regardless, they're in the Southlands, and these are supposed to be people that the elves are watching because they served Morgoth. Humans served Morgoth. So, like I said, wouldn't you think that maybe Galadriel would have started in the south?
Yeah, no, she needs to go further north, obviously.
Because somehow there was a clue there that we don't know how
she made that leap. She must have gotten on 30 different swords to get flung that far for that leap.
Yeah. Yeah, sick fade, yeah.
These are just character intros, by the way, guys. Nothing has happened.
Yeah, nothing really happens if we call it anything happening until the second episode, and even then it's
even in the second episode, all they go to Khazad-dûm because they need the dwarves' help. And Elrond and Durin, Prince Durin, not King Durin, Prince Durin the 6th, the 5th.
It's King Durin the 3rd and Prince Durin the 4th, which breaks lore because you would not have two Durins at the same time. So one of them, I don't care if one of them was Durin, but it had to be one.
Yeah. So it's Elrond and Durin hit hammers with a rock. That's what they do.
Or hit rocks with the hammer. Yeah, hit rocks with the hammer, pretty much. It's supposed to be a test of endurance.
Yeah, they hit rocks with hammers. Did I say hit hammers with rocks? Either way, whatever.
It would have been more entertaining to see them try to break hammers with rocks at that point because it was just one after the other.
But yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a forbidden love here.
Nothing happens to move the plot forward. It's still character introductions because that's when we meet Durin and Disa. We're still on character intros in episode 2.
Yeah.
It's just absurd at this point. Nothing has I couldn't tell you what the plot of these 2 episodes are.
They can't really name drop. So the assumption would be that, but at the same time, it's they don't have the rights to any of this. So it would be, regardless, it would be in name only. And I would be giving them too much credit if that were the case, if it was this character.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just supposed to be a design on the armor, quite frankly. So he's asking if there's anything
watch because Amazon's not that creative. Certainly not who they hired.
No. So I like he's asking if like anything's been going on. There's been like word going around that like something's happening with like some crops somewhere, things like that. But they're kind
poisoning.
Yeah,
like it was just a bit of whatever.
Yeah, the humans are kind of brushing it off.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
This doesn't make sense either because they're doing their patrol, right? He says, like, oh, it's been 2 weeks, like we thought you're running late. What's going on? And he goes, just, normal duties or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Took a little longer. So this is clearly, they make these patrols.
Mm-hmm.
The other town that they go to would be on that patrol. So it makes no sense that they wouldn't know that something happened to that.
Yeah.
Oh, I froze out again, didn't I? I just
basically
said
but they would at least notice something, even if they didn't exactly hear what was going on. They should have at least noticed something. That maybe there's something here that we should be investigating because it's out of the ordinary.
Mm-hmm.
But 2 weeks, he's finally back, and now he's hearing about this.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we get to meet Theo, whose blood apparently.
This is the knife ears one because this kid's I guess Theo's friend or something calls him knife ears in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this scene. Whatever. It's just like, when are you gonna let what happened 1,000 years ago?
Yeah. So basically, So that scene. Then we have this where it's like obviously they have the hots for each other, but they don't.
Can I point out? Can I point out? Did you ever see any female in Middle Earth through the Jackson trilogy or the Hobbit trilogy, the Jackson Hobbit trilogy? Did any of them wear a garb that looks like that?
No.
So much cleavage.
The village is I said like both villages are non-canonical.
Yeah, they're non-canonical, but
nothing. Nothing.
There's
a good shot of her dress.
Arwen, Éowyn, and Galadriel all had long flowing. Like it was a signature look for the feminine characters. They had long flowing sleeves. They had, even when she was when you watch the extended edition and like some of the behind the scenes stuff where Éowyn is getting treated after she gets poisoned by by his God, why can't I think of what that weapon's called? Mace. When she gets poisoned by the impact from his mace.
Yeah. The Witch King's mace. Yeah, she's poisoned. Both she and Mary are poisoned. Yeah.
She and Mary are poisoned. So when she's laying in the bed getting treated, she doesn't look like only the one arm is exposed. Mm-hmm. Everything else is covered. But here we need to have, that pushed up cleavage.
Yeah.
Because and people point out, they're like, well, Arwen had like a scoop neck. Arwen's boobs were not being pushed up to force more cleavage in a spaghetti strap dress. There's a difference. Mm-hmm. There's a difference between a scoop neck dress and a spaghetti strap tank dress where you've got push up cleavage going on. This is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it also doesn't feel like anything like you said in Middle Earth, but it kind of looks like I don't want to again giving them too much credit, but it looks like they took inspiration from Roman or Greek garb, which
I said I tweeted out on Twitter. I was like, it looks like Rosamund Pike from Wheel of Time, who played Moiraine, looks like they took over the leftover scraps when they were making Moraine's cape and made a dress for her. It's the same shade of blue. It's the same material. It's the same. It's the same. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at that. Her cleavage. Mm. Where did you get a push-up bra in Middle Earth?
The same. I guess it's the store next to the barbershop. Because
God.
I don't know. But they obviously have feelings for each other in the scene. Can't act on it because forbidden romance between an elf and a human.
Yeah, and when they're on the walk, or right before they go on the walk, before they get, so he gets released or whatever, and then this farmer this farmer's like, hey, can you comes to her house. He's left because they get orders right here that they get to leave. They get to go home. It's over.
Yeah. So I don't know if the cow happens in this one or the second one.
I think it's the second episode.
Yeah.
But he's like
you're giving orders that they're going to leave. They're being disbanded pretty much.
Yeah. And so he decides to go AWOL so that he can go see her. And then this farmer just happens upon them with a cow who's got black sludge coming out of its udders. And that's when they decide that they have to go east to this other town that would still be under the watch of this particular party.
Yeah, because this is where it drops that the reason why they're there. Because this this we don't even know this elf's name. Pretty much, he's talking to him, but he's bringing out the fact that the humans who served Morgoth. This is the reason why we're here.
Yep.
So you think the town that's really pretty much in the suburbs of Mordor would be on their patrol.
Yep.
So.
But instead, they're all excited to go home. He goes AWOL so he can go see her one last time, and they decide to go to this town. But he came there before the farmer guy shows up. She's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, she's like, "What do you want to say?" And he goes, "I've said it in every way, but with words." Right here.
Yes, it's. Yeah, I wish the subtitles were on, pretty much. But
it's so bad. Like he's like, I've said it with every way except with words, and I'm like, stop with the. This isn't, and I love, by the way, guys, love Hallmark Christmas films. Love them with my heart and soul. They are what I look forward to when I love the cheesy Hallmark Christmas films. That dialogue wouldn't even be in there.
No.
It's so poorly delivered. And the thing too, there's no chemistry between the two of them.
Yeah, none.
That he just looks bored. And she looks confused.
Yeah. And her son is doesn't like the fact he's an elf.
Yeah.
So you're introduced her son here.
Yeah. This little boy somehow has a blade of Sauron.
And I wrote that note down. How the hell does he have a blade of
in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah,
and you'd think
this is the cow.
Yeah, there's the cow with the black sludge coming out of its udders. And they're like, something's wrong. No kidding.
Yeah, no kidding. Really? No kidding. Shouldn't something white be coming out of that? Yeah, I'm a supremacist. But anyways, so where does this cow go? The farmer says could have gone as far as
this other town.
This other town. Now the cow's back, and now Arondir needs to investigate, which you would think that again, which is also indicative. This is supposed to be the town that her name is Bronwyn. Is from, and this is where the humans who served Morgoth were, and the reason why they're there. When I say there, I mean the elves watching over them. So again, you think that that would be part of the patrol, and you think that they would have seen what transpired in this town. But it's a shock to both these characters, both these non-canonical characters, when they get there.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to get Theo showing his is the same. Theo showing his friend what he found somehow he
this
finds
kid
this.
Yeah, and you'd think that these elves who've been stationed here for who knows how long, presumably since the fall of Mordor, or since the fall of Morgoth, would, I don't know, notice if a child picked up a blade with Sauron's mark on it. And so the kid that just ran out, the one who had called the guy Ninth Ears, and when are you going to let the past go? And he's like, the past lives with all, right?
Yeah.
That whole scene from the butcher shop. This kid's he pricks his finger on it and it makes the insignia glow, right? So it started. So okay, so the blood apparently ignited.
This is the second episode because the blood's drawn to it and makes.
No. The first kid in this episode right here, he pricked his finger on it, and then if you go a little bit further, it makes the sigil glow, right? Okay. So the sigil starts to whatever, and really quick. And then it stops, and you're like, okay, well, obviously,
there's something more to this. And it's just not it's not just a regular blade, pretty much.
Sauron is evil. It's thirsty for blood. It's hungry for blood. What doesn't make sense is in the second episode, Theo has a cut from when orc scissor hands
Yeah, I know.
attacks.
Yeah.
And his blood is nowhere near the blade, but the blade is pulling his blood towards it, and it manifests like that has to be a Morgul blade. And
Mhm.
like because once his blood gets close to it, it manifests like that smoke and residue and stuff that the blades from the Fellowship did. Like when Aragorn picks it up and he like throws it, it turns to dust or whatever, and he throws it back down.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's the same thing. Just
Mhm.
ridiculous.
Question I have real fast before you need to dip, because it's like this is pretty
Sorry.
much the last part where they're heading towards the Grey Havens, and like Galadriel decides to jump off the ship and somehow sail across the Sundering Seas.
Swim.
Or not sail, but swim
260
across the Sundering
miles.
Seas. Yeah. My question here is if the armor is going to be removed anyway, why were they wearing it?
I can't give you an answer. I've been trying to figure that out. I have no
yeah.
idea. Like to
'Cause it-
shed their former selves? I don't know.
I don't know, because like they're like facing Valinor and Galadriel's at the front, focus on her pretty much.
By the way, this is like a 300-mile journey by sea.
Yeah.
So this would have taken them weeks, if not months. So were they just standing there the whole time in their armor?
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it's like, again, does not make any sense. But nothing in this like super. Okay, here's where Celebrimbor is introduced. So if you can dip, I'm gonna kind of gloss over this, and I'll go into this chat for you guys a little bit later, right? This is supposed to be Celebrimbor, and I've shown the chat for those of you who watched my live streams in the past. I've shown the chat what Celebrimbor. Yes, I know it's not exactly. It's like more in games and in books, but at the same time, it's based off of the descriptions from Tolkien. Nothing at all. Like he looks like he's like auditioning to be the fifth member of the Golden Girls.
Mm-hmm.
Like he borrowed a dress in Dorothy's closet. That's about it. And like,
yeah, no, it's utterly ridiculous how they've I want a beer now. Oh my
yeah,
word!
I need a drink now, and I'm going to have to start not ending this around between 7:30 and 8 so I can feed my dog and everything.
No, I totally understand. I do have to bounce here shortly because I've got tiny humans to feed. But like the thing that kills me really about this is like this was the biggest. Gil-galad and Celebrimbor were some of the biggest letdowns. Like Finrod was just assassinated from the get-go, and like we don't hear about him again. We really don't. They tell Galadriel she's obsessed and she needs to let it go, but they don't bring up Finrod ever.
Nothing.
Ever.
No, not like I said, just gloss over everything in the first not even 10 minutes, like 6-7 minutes, and then nothing more is mentioned really of him.
Mm-mm.
Just telling her to let it go.
Yeah, like be Elsa, let it go.
Yes,
let it go, because
this right here, the guy in the middle, elf in the middle, is a master craftsman. A master craftsman who crafts. All right, people, he's instrumental in the crafting of the Rings of Power, but primarily instrumental in the crafting of the 3 Rings of Power for the elves, in secret to Sauron, or at least Anantar, because then it's revealed Anantar is Sauron, but in secret.
Well, and he is Feanor's grandson, and so he is part of what has motivated him is so that something like the Oath of Feanor would never be required again.
Yeah,
like that's So but nothing.
I'm saying, like, he looks older than Galadriel. He looks double Galadriel's age. And like, it's like he's come to see Gil-galad, and Gil-galad is basically telling Elrond that, he doesn't exactly reveal in this episode. It's revealed in the next episode the reason why Elrond is tasked with helping Celebrimbor.
And now, and like the thing too is like. I can't even. That's another 2-hour discussion.
Yes, that's another thing. She literally turned her back on Finn. Well, like if this were lore accurate, that's her literally turning her back on Finrod when she jumped ship. because he was resurrected and living in Valinor.
Yeah.
So she turned her back on her brother that she supposedly like loved so
wait,
much.
Is that in the show?
No, it's not in the show. I'm saying if it were lore accurate, accurate, then she would be turning her back on Finrod at that point.
Yeah, all because he told her that a rock sinks because it looks to darkness and a ship floats because it looks up to light. And I'm like, no, that's not how that works.
That
physics and density has quite a bit to play in that.
Yes.
It would have
I need to get the clip of the general from Mars Attacks when he's like, what the hell does that mean? That's
I know. See, that's the other problem with this show. They say things that they believe will that they probably genuinely believe are profound, and they think will come across as wise and enduring, and this, I don't even know what to call it, but these epic lines that are going to be so impactful, and they're going to be remembered just like Tolkien's lines were. And we look at them and call them ridiculous. Like, you're going to get remembered, but not like Tolkien. You're going to get remembered for
this hurts my soul. This hurts my soul.
For a man who is supposed to be a master, I don't think people recognize what that means. He is the greatest craftsman, the greatest. He forged the rings of power, and this
literally a master craftsman.
Like a master craftsman, a master forger. He should be ripped. He should be built. He should be, and he's much taller than this in the book or in the when he's described. But like, he is an imposing.
And if he needed help, he would come and goes like, I need your help. Like he would not request help. He was like, I need your help.
Yeah. He came and was like, you're helping me. And you were just like,
okay. Like you really had no choice at that point. Like, you're helping me.
It's utterly terrible and completely devastating. Celebrimbor, I think I even put it out on Twitter, was a huge disappointment because I was sort of hoping, in all honesty, that this wasn't actually going to be Celebrimbor. Like, I knew he was, but like a small part of me was like, maybe it'll switch. Maybe it won't be him. But then also I was hoping that maybe because they went this route, he would at least have more chops and would maybe do diligence to Celebrimbor's character, even though Amazon assassinated it. And that didn't happen either.
Nope. So this is like near where the episode ends. Like, so okay, now it actually ends. I'm gonna skip to the actual ending. Okay, they've come across another non-canonical village, Hordorn.
How are you gonna? First of all, that whole village was on fire. That plume of smoke should be miles high.
Yeah,
like they had to make it fade out. But look how thick it is at the village. But then they crest the hill, and it's suddenly like, only a few things are on fire. Like,
for things like black smoke tells you things are still burning. So if things are still burning, then like you said, it would have created a bigger plume, which would have been actually noticed.
Yeah, they wouldn't have had to crest the hill to see the smoke. They should have actually been able to see it from the village, and the Elvish Tower should have definitely been able to see it.
Yes. Like, once the smoke turns white, the fire is gone, like, out, and it's just smoldering. But here, it's still black, which means it's still on fire, which means that there was enough smoke should have been created per the entire village burning. Because look at that area right there. Because everything's destroyed, that it would have created enough that's from you said the watchtower, but at least from the other village. That they would have noticed the smoke coming up.
Yep.
And no one noticed.
Absolutely.
As I'm saying, like, there's suspension of disbelief and there's checking your brain at the door. And with suspension of disbelief, you have to have at least some plausibility for the reason why they wouldn't have noticed. And there's no plausibility here based on just simple physics.
And understand, Arendor is of the same race where Aragorn is asking Legolas, what's your L5C? And he's like,
yes!
They're taking the hobbits to eyes. Like, he can see that. There's no way that Arendor's not going to see that giant plume of smoke.
No.
Like, it's just utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, if Legolas can see a bunch of orcs carrying hobbits, then he should be able to see smoke.
A giant plume of smoke.
Yes.
From a burning village that is on his watch cycle. Like, for the love of all.
Okay. So you can jump off, basically. They get their armor removed, which makes me ask, like, why they were wearing it in the first place. Because they're just going to be looking like they're at a toga party. All right, they're getting all the rest of the elves are looking up and like awe. She's looking up in awe as well, but then she starts eyeing her brother's short sword. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna skip through because she starts eyeing. Well, maybe it's a dagger. I don't know. It seemed like longer, but anyway, she eyes that.
Here's the other thing. That is actually the light of Valinor that she's in front of. And the scene that is currently interclipped with this one is where it's from the beginning of the episode where she's like, well, sometimes the light is reflected as brightly on the water as it is in the sky. How will I know which was darkness? And he's like, you won't know until you touch the darkness. And it's like, nope, that's not how that works. And plus, you're literally facing Valinor. Like, that is the light. That is the light.
That's heaven. You're staring into the gate of heaven, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're staring into the gate of heaven.
Oh.
So it's like, and then the meteor that everyone can see. Now, this is dark. Like, this is obviously dark here in this shot. But then, hold on. It's not as dark here. I don't know exactly where it's supposed to be. But the meteor comes. Everyone sees it. It coincidentally lands near the Harfoots. Galadriel jumps from the ship, chooses not to go into heaven, turn her back on Finrod, so to speak, and jumps into the Sundering Sea. Right, which is, as you pointed out, like what, 300 miles?
Yep.
And where was she planning on going?
300 nautical miles, by the way.
Yeah.
Not land miles. In the water.
And this is where he picks up the leaf, and like there's a blight. Yep. Which is like, hey, maybe something's returning.
Yeah, same thing. That it's the same blight that took out the trees of Valinor.
Yeah. So maybe that's a big clue there, but no, they're gonna I'm not saying they're gonna brush it off necessarily because we're only 2 episodes in and still introducing these characters. But like, hey, big hint. All right, then.
Well, they don't do anything with it in the next episode.
I know. I'm saying we don't do anything, so it's like it's like just there and gone, which would have been like a big hint. Like, hey, there's we've seen this before. So, and this is Meteor Man, who, at the end of the episode, who is I'm like really, really hoping it's not, but deep down I'm sure it is, and that is the G-Man.
Yeah, for sure. It is 1000% Gandalf. Like they give it away in the second episode, basically.
Yeah, especially like from the back, I was like, "Oh shit, that's Gandalf."
Yeah, that's gonna be their Gandalf, but they're never gonna say his name.
Yeah,
because they don't have they can't, at least not yet.
No, yeah,
they're never gonna say his name, but that's who he's supposed to be. Because the Astari, of course, are. So here's the thing: once they choose, it's not like they can just switch forms. They're not Sauron. They can't. And even Sauron, there were limitations to what he could do. But once they choose a form, because they're power, like the Astari are power. They're essentially angels, right? They're equivalent of angels. But once they choose a form, they're in that form. That is their form, right?
So when we see Gandalf, that is the form he chose. So it's like,
when he came to Earth. So especially because it looks closer to Gandalf than any of the others. There's a chance it could be Saruman, but I have my doubts on that. I really truly do. And so I definitely think that this is going to be their Gandalf.
I think according to the elves, the ship carried them. And
the ship carries them into the light.
Yeah, and she jumps off. So
grabs her brother's short sword. I can talk, and dives headfirst into the Sundering Seas. They're called the Sundering Seas for a reason, and she's gonna just swim 300 nautical miles. Ridiculous.
Pretty much. But and you need to dip, and I'm gonna bring up the second. I'm gonna kind of breeze through the second episode so I can get my dog fed. No, I'm saying it's like. Even though nothing happens, you can't exactly talk about this series without going into why we're as upset as we are. But anyway, while I'm bringing it up, let everybody know where they can find you, and I'm going to bring up the second episode.
Absolutely. So I'm here on YouTube, Lady Gravemaster is my channel. I'm also on Twitter and Instagram. I'm a little less active on Instagram. and I've been not as active on Twitter because real life has sort of taken over. But I will be doing live reviews immediately following each episode of Ring of Power, and then I will hopefully, assuming that life isn't too crazy, I'll have more polished video reviews out by the end of the weekend. With this one, I'm not sure because we did get 2 episodes, so it's kind of a toss up. But that is kind of where I'm at, where you can find me, and of course, make sure you guys like this stream for the lovely Mara, and make sure that you check her out as well. Sub if you've not, because she's fantastic and she knows her stuff. She's pretty badass. So but yeah, that's kind of where you can find me. And I really, much love to everyone. I didn't have the chat open. I usually have the chat open on the side, but like I said, I've got a wire that's faulty, and when I have multiple tabs open, it also seems to be dragging my internet really bad. So I was like, I've already got one issue, I don't need another. So chat, I'm sure you were amazing. I know Mara brought you guys up frequently. I know we had one not so nice individual, but
I fully expect trolls to pop in and out because you have the stands out on Twitter and things like that saying, how dare you criticize my queen,
right? Or they're like, you guys are absolutely ridiculous for getting this upset over it, and you're like,
tell me you haven't had any passion for anything without telling me you haven't had any passion for anything,
right? Exactly. So guys, don't, if you take nothing else from anything that I've said, do not watch this. It's not worth your time. Even tactically acquiring it was the smart decision, but it's still it's not worth that kind of time.
It's Dante's hell pretty much right now.
It really is. Go watch the extended edition of the Lord of the Rings trilogy by Peter Jackson. Go watch, there is a version, it cuts the trilogy of The Hobbit down to like 4 hours, where it's strictly just like I think it's actually called the Hobbit.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like the Hobbit book edit, and it's only 4 hours long, and it's much more like, it sticks much closer to the books, and it makes it really, really, really much more enjoyable. Tauriel is basically not in it at all, which as much as I love Our Lady Tauriel, her namesake, I'm not crazy about.
No.
So, but go watch that. Go read the books. If reading is not your thing, Andy Serkis has an audiobook out of the Lord of the Rings trilogy that is mesmerizing and wonderful and great to listen to in the car, especially if for Labor Day weekend you guys are out going to the lake or going traveling or something like that. It's a great listen while you're driving. So thank you so much for the love in the chat, for supporting Mara. Thank you so much for having me on, Mara. It's truly humbling. I appreciate it.
And you're welcome for the other streams, because we'll be basically roasting the remaining 6 episodes, and at least thankfully it's 1 episode per week now. They just doubled it this week, so it's going to take a while to get through this mess.
And then we're not going to get another season for 2+ years,
which is is anybody really looking forward to it? This is going to be a doomsday clock going for that 2 years.
This stuff's dead. It's ridiculous. But I hope all of you have a fantastic rest of your long weekend and your evening or your morning, depending on where you're watching from. And much love to all. And thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too. All right. Bye.
All right. So like I said, since we both Lady Gravemaster and I've been talking for 3 hours, I'm going to kind of rush through the second episode, because like the first one, really the whole element of our discussion was where the lore breaking happened, because you can't exactly talk about the show without also pointing out the lore breaking, despite the fact that they lied to us for several years, and despite the fact that there was still gaslighting happening and people still believing that they were adapting Silmarillion. You can't look at this and even remotely believe that they adapted anything Tolkien wrote, because everything goes against that. And case in point, 3 hours just to go through 1 episode. So I got to kind of get through the second episode in the next half an hour or 45 minutes. I'm going to try to do that. So probably be easier since it's just myself talking. So I might be able to get through it a bit quicker. Nothing against Lady Gravemaster, but I I want you guys to have a good rest of your evening. And if it's like this, if this shit, pretty much, where anything lore appears, it gets, yeah, pretty much. Where anything, but anyway, it kind of like the beginning of the episode pretty much has a little summary at the beginning of what happened in the first episode, even though like nothing really at all major happened in the first episode. At least like, the only thing that major happened was the cow was sick, and they're realizing that something's going on where Galadriel should have been looking but she's not because it makes too much sense. But anyway, so now Galadriel's in the Sundering Seas. Somehow she's going to swim 300 nautical miles back to Middle-earth, because that's the span from Valinor to Middle-earth. So, and like all you can do is like put up your arms and go, like, it's like, how the hell is she going to do this? By the power of the warrior elf princess Uterus, she's going to make it 300 nautical miles swimming. So that's where you pick up. She starts swimming. She's like little Dory. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. So coincidentally, Meteor Man lands near the Harfoots, and who happens to be at least awake or close enough to come across him, come up to where the impact happened? Nori. Surprise, surprise. So she comes up, looks down. He appears naked, but looks like there's a loincloth there. But he's lying in the middle of this. Poppy comes up to her, because, gotta have the comic relief there, right? Gotta have the comic relief show up. Let me see if I can put the subtitles on real fast. Let me see if there it is. All right. It works here for some reason, but it doesn't work on the other one. I don't know, but Poppy comes up, telling her she shouldn't be here. Nori, of course, is very curious. Very curious. So she wants to stay and go down to the strange person or being that just fell from the fucking sky. And Poppy's calling him a giant. Because it's like the comedy happens where basically it's like Nori slides down. She slips. Hey, Dan. Don't make me hurt you. But how are you doing? Anyway. So slides down, remarking that it's for a meteor, it's not even hot. All right. And walks up to the strange person, pokes him in the face. All right. Poppy's trying to get them. And then Meteor Man wakes up and starts just yelling. Like, throughout this entire episode, Meteor Man says no words. No actual words. He makes sounds, grunts, things like that. It's just like he's forgotten the ability to speak. Pretty much. No words. We don't know. It's either Gandalf Lights, like, Gandalf in name only, or it's one of the wizards. But I don't think it's a blue wizard, because there were those pictures going around of the actors they cast for the blue wizards, and this is not one of them. Because they made a point of, at least the media made a point about, oh, look how diverse the cast is. And it wouldn't be this actor here, pretty much. So I don't think it's one of the blue wizards. It's either going to be Gandalf or Saruman. Based on, like, clues given. Based on clues given. And I'll get to talk about them when we get to them. But he makes shouting. All this happens. Rock starts spinning. And then stops and he passes out again. Passes out again, goes dark. Then the crater lights back up again. Why? Everything he does is magic, pretty much. All right. I'm like deep down, I know it's Gandalf. I just don't want to really admit it. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, again, they're constraining everything. They don't have the rights to Silmarillion, so basically they're taking thousands of years of history and condensing it that fucking much. And it changes everything. Like I'm saying, you can't talk about this series without mentioning the lore breaking at all. So this has to be a completely non-canonical character, which in itself makes no sense because of the Astari, or it is, and it completely breaks the lore. I'm just saying, like, those are either way, it's lore breaking, pretty much. And he passes back out again. So, and Nori decides, like, we can't leave him. So you had to help me, and you told me to take him somewhere safe. All right, and this is Sadok. Again, they look so, their clothes look so dirty, their hair looks so matted and things like that, but he's looking in the direction of where the meteor fell. They're staying in camp. Most likely we're safer in camp, so just stay here. Oh, that woman on the right, the one to the right of your screen, she has to be a stepmother, but that's Nori's mother. That's Nori's mother. Again, it has to be her stepmother, but that's Nori calls her mother. Yeah, so they decide to stay back. And they're noticing, again, this is like comedic scene because like stuff gets taken, and you know it's Poppy and Nori pretty much. And they have a cart. Steven from Django, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think they're going to go that route necessarily, but we'll see. Okay, he's not a troll. They're calling, like, obviously they're halflings. They're small, so everything is big to them. So he fell from the sky. Elves don't fall from the sky, nor do humans. So, and here's they're arguing, and I wish I could play this. Because this is all played out for humor. The mom doesn't look mixed. At all. That's poor lighting. You see her better the next day. But the card starts rolling back. Funny, right? I wish I could play this. Well, let me see if I can play it just real fast. Nope. Yeah. See? Funny, right? Funny. So they have to run after it. I mean, yeah, so it's nothing happens in these episodes. 2 episodes to introduce all these characters. It shouldn't take 2 episodes. One at the very most to introduce these characters, and the second episode needs to continue in building up from whatever you introduced in the first episode. We haven't even gotten to the dwarves. Yet. All right, they put him in a safe place. Okay, Nori has her deep moment where she's like, he could have landed anywhere, and he landed here. So obviously that means that he landed here for a purpose, and maybe I was the one who's supposed to find him. So, let's see if I can but somehow I know he's important. Somehow she knows. And I was supposed to find him, me. So, what I'm saying here, I'll show you. See if I can see it good. Okay, coming across, this is Hordern, spelled like this. A non-canonical village. So both the village that we saw in the previous episode and this one, not even Tolkienian. Purely invented for this series. But this is supposedly a village which was the epicenter of humans following and serving Morgoth. Pretty much. It's supposed to be the epicenter. It's supposed to be pretty much, I joke, on the suburbs of Mordor, but essentially that, aspect. And so looking through this village, It's still smoking, it's still burning. The fire is driven with fissures. And she recognizes this home. Somehow she recognizes this home as someone from belonging to someone that she knew, as well as his wife. And there's a hole in the ground. Hold on. There's no ground shake. Someone dug that passage. So now, this is where we're finally getting inkling and introduced to the fact that orcs are still around. Wouldn't take much to come up with that, pretty much. Especially this is supposed to be, again, pretty much the center of Morgoth worship. It's just coming from relief now at the moment. Yeah, I'm saying not much, really not much to discuss. But this village right here is supposed to be the center of Morgoth worship. All right. So I must follow the passage the other direction. Beautiful line. Okay. You don't know what's down there. That is the reason I must go. All that was missing in this damn scene was was for him to turn his head and look off into the distance at nothing. That was all that was missing from this scene. The dialogue is bad in this series. For not enough maps of Miller. Yeah, exactly. All that was missing was the equivalent of the Rock's smoldering intensity from the Jumanji films. That's all that was missing from this scene. Like the equivalent of the smoldering intensity from his dialogue. But he jumps down into the hole and follows the passage, pretty much. Now we're in Eregion. We're back to Celebrimbor and Elrond. Alright? In-name only characters. Alright, this is Feanor's hammer. Okay? They're dropping now the name Cimmerils. The jewels, the Cimmerils. Which, if they had, I don't know, the rights to this, would make sense. Talking about the Cimmerils. Yeah, pick up the hammer, Lyndon, yes. Would make sense. But this is exposition. This is purely plot exposition, talking about what is in name only, because they don't have the rights to it and everything. So, talking about Morgoth. True creation requires sacrifice. I don't know what the point of this whole dialogue is, because why would he be talking about true creation requires sacrifice? It goes against Celebrimbor. But he drops that line. And again, he's supposed to be a master craftsman, right? He's supposed to be a master craftsman. He's the one of the major ones instrumental in creating the Rings of Power. Specifically, the 3 Rings of Power for the elves and secrets, but he's a master craftsman. Forger. Look up images. Look up images of Celebrimbor. Amongst the images you would find is him actually doing smith work. He does not look like he's picked up a hammer in his life. At the very least, not a hammer for forging anything. All right. Now here, okay, going past this exposition, pretty much. And he goes into his, why he needs Elrond's help. To grow beyond petty, what he finds beauty in. Okay. What is but a glint on the far horizon? You have come to Eregion to help me achieve the how. And that is, he wants to build a tower that can host a forge more power than any ever built. Okay, going through this. And specifically, hold on. He needs it completed by spring. Doesn't give any reason why he needs it completed that fast, but he needs it completed by spring. So I don't know what could possibly be the reason. What could possibly be the reason why he would need that? But he has to turn to Elrond because, like Lady Gravemaster and I pointed out in the discussion in the first episode, is they take away an aspect of Celebrimbor and give it to Elrond. Celebrimbor wouldn't have had to go to Elrond for this, for figuring out how he would get any help. All right, how he would get any help. All right, because Celebrimbor at this point has already had dealings, like a relationship of sorts, with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. So he wouldn't have had to go to Elrond. The only reason he would have gone to Elrond is if, like, he's telling Elrond, you're going to help me. You're going to help me. But Elrond was a commander, so he wouldn't have gone to Elrond, period. Wouldn't have gone to Elrond, period, because Elrond wouldn't have known jack shit about craftsmanship. He would have gone to people who actually knew the craft. Yes. Yeah, exactly what Lady Gravemaster said. He should be strong, assertive. He is literally a master blacksmith, a master craftsman, a forger. As you pointed out, he should be ripped. Because he was also a fighter. He took a stand when Sauron revealed who he actually was. And this is like, lore. When Sauron actually revealed who he really was, Celebrimbor was one of the ones out there defending Eregion. And this character here, all right, this Celebrimbor, if they at all do anything in name only for his character as far as his end, it is not pretty. It is not pretty whatsoever. This character here meets the most grisliest of ends. One of the most grisliest events possible. Hey, Hound. Yeah, looks like he never threw a punch. No. They took a character, one of the best characters Tolkien created. Like, a truly, even though he's an elf, a truly masculine character, and reduced him to this. Yeah. I'm saying, like, they took that from him. So he wouldn't have had to go to Elrond for anything. Nothing. Because he already had the title of Friend of the Dwarves. So all he would have done is, like, I had to have this done, and it needs to be done by this time, so I'm going to go to Khazad-dûm. He would go himself. I'm saying, like, once he revealed that, this Celebrimbor, one of the first to pick up a sword. He's ready to fight. He's going to defend Eregion with everything he has. He's going to defend it. This dude looks like he hasn't even, like Trape said, thrown a punch. And we're going to believe that he's going to defend. He's going to defend Eregion. You're saying Mrs. Doubtfire is going to be one of your last hopes when that happens. When that ultimately happens. Pretty much. All right, and this is where Elrond says, have you thought of looking beyond your own race? Yeah, outside of your own race. So now Elrond is the friend of the dwarves, pretty much. Specifically supposedly a friend of Durin, Prince Durin. All right? Now, finally, we get to meet the dwarves. Now we're finally in Khazad-dûm, which, lore breaking with the race swapping aside, pretty much. This is finally with the introduction of the dwarves. All right? So they're walking up to the entrance. Okay, hold on. I'm going to look at the map again to show you, like, the distance, all right? All right? That looks like a short distance on a map, but you would need horses. You would need horses. At the very least. They're not going to traverse this that just by walking. And they're certainly not going to traverse it without any sort of supply so they can camp. Because that's going to take a little bit of time to get there. But they're walking. Yeah, he's one of the earliest killed. And he does not meet. His ending is like Are they? They're not going to show that. It's PG-13. Yeah, they're going to make him evil because like he's doing this in secret. So it's like it makes no sense. Mostly, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I know they're elves, but come on, really? They're going to walk that entire distance? It doesn't look like the door from Fellowship. See? I mean, let's see if we can get a good shot of it. See, because I don't think it's the same door because they don't. But there's no real good shot of it. But anyway, because it doesn't have the inscription on the top. Speak, friend, and enter. But they walk up to the door. Elrond. What you said? He's saying like, "Oh, he'll welcome us with open arms. Tables filled with salted pork and enough malt beer to fill the Anduin." Knocks. It's Elrond of Lindon, and the dwarf says, "Piss off," pretty much. All right? Yeah, the short hair is distracting. They're supposed to be elves. If you didn't see the ears, and even then, they're not exactly a dead giveaway, you wouldn't know they're elves, pretty much. So he's told to piss off by the dwarf. And then he invokes, calls it, well, let me see, the Rite of Sigyn Tarag. Which, if you try looking that up, you can't find. Really. So he invokes the Rite of Sigyn Tarag, which is essentially a rock-breaking contest and the equivalent of a dick measuring contest. So somehow Elrond is friend of the dwarves. Somehow he's friend of the dwarves. Sorry. Meant to click on this. Somebody's friend of the dwarves. He invokes that right, so the dwarves let him in, and he tells Celebrimbor, yeah, go on, I'll take care of this. Leave. So this is like the last we see pretty much of Celebrimbor in this entire episode. Right? The one who's named friend of the dwarves doesn't even interact with the dwarves in this episode. Alright? Yeah, so, well, I'm just get to. So, walk through. We get shots. Cause of Doom. Remember this? The bridges. Remember this? Member berries, folks? Remember this? Remember this? I mean, like, it's destroyed. Ball breaking, yeah. It's destroyed in Fellowship of the Ring when we finally get to Cause of Doom in the Mines of Moria. But look, remember Member berries? Remember berries? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's bullshit concepts for plot, pretty much. It's not this. So, remember this? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. You remember this location, right? And I know it would be equivalent of a gripe, but none of the female dwarves I've seen, because that's a female right there on the left. None have beards. None have beards, and they're purposely so the right like that they have women also have beards. For multiple reasons, but one of the primary reasons is so that if they have to travel, none of the race can discern if they're male or females, and that they're kind of protected. So it kind of gave rise to the belief that there were no female dwarfs because of the facial hair. All right, they blended in. They looked like their male counterparts when they traveled because they traveled in the same relative garb as their male counterparts. All right. So yes, I know they're in Cause of Doom, but at the same time, look, that's a woman on the left, no beard, no even facial hair, nothing. Yeah, they could have just used Celebrimbor for this part, yeah, but it's name recognition, right? Normies recognize Elrond because even if you weren't into Tolkien lore and you watch the movies, you would know Elrond. You wouldn't know Celebrimbor. So we're gonna basically reduce Celebrimbor's stature in the lore, in the story, and give it to Elrond. Yeah. So I'm saying, like, yeah, there is no legitimate reason. We're pointing that out, but it's for reasons. We have to have Elrond here because of name recognition, pretty much. Even though he's supposed to be a commander at this point. He's supposed to be a commander. A literal commander. Not Galadriel, Elrond. Alright, so this is even before the Last Alliance. He was a commander. Alright? So, goes into this room. Alright, this is Durin. Prince Durin. Alright? Not going into the lore because I gotta kind of speed things up, but there would never be two Durins at the same time. Never two Durins at the same time. I would accept one of them being called Durin, but not two. His father is Durin the Third, and he's Durin the Fourth. There would never be two Durins at the same time. It's even in the appendices, they would have picked that up. They would have picked that up. Yeah, I don't buy the again. Yeah, Durin 3.5, pretty much. Again, Elrond is a commander. And who's on the battlefield in the Last Alliance? Elrond. So how are they going to explain the fact that through this entire series, pretty much, I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but through this entire series, Galadriel's main focus is taking down Sauron. Finding Sauron and smiting the evil once and for all from Middle-earth, pretty much. How are they going to explain her absence from the Last Alliance on that fucking battlefield when she would have the perfect chance of taking down Sauron once and for all? How are they going to explain that? It makes no sense whatsoever. None. Here's Durin, alright? So here's the ball bust. So Sigyn Torog is pretty much the ball busting contest, really, but basically you break stones until you forfeit because you get tired, pretty much. That's the gist of this. It's pretty much a dick measuring contest. That's all it is, pretty much. Alright? Break rocks, and they do this back and forth, alright? Back to the Harfoots. This is why I think it's going to be Gandalf. Look at the color of the blanket, or whatever it is they give him. Look at the color. Look at the color. It could be Saruman, but I think it's going to be Gandalf. I'd rather see him throw darts. That would make more sense, pretty much, at that point. But let's go back and forth breaking rocks. So, there it is. They're not even hiding it. See, Radagast is Radagast the Brown. That looks more gray. Radagast the Brown. But they're not. They wouldn't go with Radagast. Radagast, yes, he made an appearance in The Hobbit, even though he's not in the book. But Gandalf is the bigger name that people, even normies, know. So, all right. He hears her. He starts shouting incoherently. The whooshing happens, pretty much. And since she somehow gets it through to him that she's a friend, he just keeps screaming. He just fucking keeps screaming. Like, for what? Cinematic purposes? Your voice is whispering because you remember when Lord of the Rings, when it gets close to like the One Ring and you hear the whispering sounds and things like that. Yeah, it makes Cinematic perfect, very much. It would be a plot twist if it's Saruman. That's the only other conceivable wizard it could be if they're going that route. Yeah, it would arrive fully formed. All right, meaning that he wouldn't be just shouting incoherently and acting like he's crazy in the woods. All right, just keep shouting. This lasts. She finally gets through to him that she's a friend. For someone who can't even speak English, somehow he can understand it. All right, he can't even speak it, but somehow he can understand it. So he calms down. All right. She shows him how to eat snails. I don't know why they do this stupid fucking hand motion. She does her hand motion telling him her name. See, she does. All right, see. I'm Nori. She does this. I mean, does anybody remember the Hobbits introducing themselves like that? I'm Frodo, or something equivalent to that. I'm Merry. I am friend. You have some escargot. Yeah, I'm saying, like, why does she do that? Like, yeah, like American Sign Language, but like, have it make sense. Like, she's like doing this, expecting that he's going to understand that. He can't even speak English, or he's not even like coherent. And she does this. So, I'm Nori. I watched that scene going, what the fuck? So, of course, he's not going to understand her. He just starts mumbling, like, I'm Nori. Like, just repeating her. All right? So, like, falling out of the sky, anybody's head would be a bit higgly-piggly. Yeah. I don't know. Just whatever. So, he's showing him how to eat snails. Which is like, I've had escargot, and I actually like escargot. I've had it. I actually like it. That just looks disgusting to me. All right, it just looks disgusting to me. Speak slower and louder, you'll understand. Yeah, it just looks disgusting. But she's showing him how to eat escargot, like he's gonna understand everything. So he eats them shells and all. He like literally has just witnessed her pulling it out of the shell and eating it, and he just eats the shell and all. Yeah, you have to prepare it. So I'm like, there's no way to explain this fucking show. Nothing makes sense. But like, it's supposed to be prepared, and for all we know, she's eating it raw. Not quite, but close enough. He's literally witnessed her pulling it out of the shell and eating it. But what does he do? He just eats it, like he shares it, and he just pops the whole thing in his mouth. All right. So you got this Karen here. Well, not Karen, but like she's an annoyance. She's a fucking annoying character of the Harfoots. This character here in the front is Largo. He's Nori's father. Okay, we kind of glossed over that because we didn't really exactly touch on the other Harfoot characters, but he's Nori's father, Largo. Laugh. Now is where we laugh at the Largo. But anyway, this other Harfoot's calling him over. See if I can. Okay, hold on. Can't really. See if I can get a good shot of her. Okay, hold on. So he starts. No, hold on. Back. Okay, I skipped over Poppy coming in because he starts drawing something. But anyway, why is it skipping so much? I'm gonna go back. Anyway, he gets called over to help put up a tent that Nori wanted to help with because there's a festival happening. And this annoying fucking Harfoot woman is like, I am helping. I'm calling him over. I'm like, you're such a fucking bitch. But anyway, I don't mind his character. He's fine for like the role and things like that. You don't really see him a lot, but the fact that they named him Largo, it's like, okay, could you maybe have come up with a better name? But why does it want to minimize? Anyway. Okay, Malva is just a fucking annoying. She's a cunt, pretty much. No better way of putting it. Right? Thinking Nori was looking forward to helping it out, but he tries calling her, but she's nowhere to be found. She's still with Meteor Man. He starts drawing some. He's trying to draw something. Okay, that one right there in the green. That's the heart. That she's the one who called him over. All right, she's the one who called him over. She's really, like, to me, it's like she's not in it a lot, but when she is in it, she's fucking annoying. Anyway, he's trying to put up a pole. Okay, he starts drawing. This is what he draws. Can anyone glean anything of what this is supposed to be? He starts drawing it as if like she should understand, and he chants Mana Ore. I'll type it in the chat without the I can't do the umlaut or things like that. This is what he chants. Mana Ore. as if she's going to understand. See if I can get Mana. Okay. Okay, tense going up. Mana on. Okay. I'm going to skip over this part a little bit, but Largo's leg breaks here. Somehow twists enough that it breaks. Because the pole goes back. He's trying to hold it because the rope snaps. And he breaks his leg. Alright. There it is. Okay. These are the words he keeps repeating. Mana ore. Alright. Mana we know, which is generally used with magic. Alright. And things like that. He keeps chanting this as if she's going to understand. And he keeps drawing 3 lines as if she's going to figure out what that means. Ah, okay, that's what he's trying to draw. There it is. Because basically the way he was drawing it is like, what is he trying to do? Yeah. So there it is. All right, that's all he keeps repeating. Poppy shows up. He starts going into. He's ready to scream. Nori stops him. Somehow he understands the word friend. Again, he's speaking a different language, but somehow he understands the word friend. Her stopping him. It says it's your dad. Let me see if I can. That's the mother. So just like I'm saying, look at him, how pale he is. Like even like trying to stretch the imagination. I don't think Nori would be that pale. See, that's her mother. That's her mother. Yeah, serving in the secret fire, pretty much. Yeah, so they don't touch on that, but I'm thinking like stepmom. I mean, I don't care if she's her stepmom, but they don't even touch on that. Oh, shut up, Dan. All right, his leg's broken. They need to migrate in a few days, and like, is he gonna be able to do it? No, not really. He's on his broken leg. Her dirt is dirtier, yeah. How bad is it? Can he migrate? Look at the look on her Malva's face. Look at the look on her face, like the one in the green. Look at that. And even the one on the other green on the to the left. The fucking haughtiness. Alright. Alright. That leg. Yeah. Mind your own fire, Malva. Look at the look. Like, she is a cunt. She's a cunt. What in heaven's name is not Gandalf wearing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. But she's not in a lot, but she's a cunt. I'm going to just full and put it out there. I mean, you're not I'm not saying that necessarily we're supposed to like this character, but dear Christ. I'm just saying. Anyway. Okay. Somehow Galadriel's been swimming the Sundering Seas and just happens across a boat with people stranded in the middle of the Sundering Seas. In the middle of the Sundering Seas, they were attacked by what they call a worm in the Sundering Seas, alright? That's what they call it, a worm. Can't use any actual names. Alright? Okay, this woman helps her up. Okay, she's stopped by this guy here who's trying to tell her, like, we have no idea who this person is. No idea. Like, again, it's like it makes sense, but he has to be a toxic male, right? He has to be a toxic male. Makes sense, right? Makes sense, but no. We bring her up pretty much, right? What a coincidence, right? Need to recreate the Jaws scene, yeah. Okay, so. He's raised a good point. We have no idea who she is. Why? I know she's in the middle of the sea. Like, don't you think that's fucking strange? A little bit strange that she's out here, no fucking somehow surviving in the Sundering Seas. But anyway, she gets pulled up. This is Hellbrand. All right, non-canonical Hellbrand. Okay. Okay. She says she was separated from her ship, and he's like, yeah, right, pretty much. She's trying to lie her way through. Hold on. And Hellbrand drops a line, looks can be deceiving, and somehow this guy, he's staring at Galadriel, right? He's staring at Galadriel, somehow knows to push her hair aside. He's looking at Galadriel, this guy's interrogating Galadriel, alright? Hellbrand drops a looks can be deceiving, which is like, might be foreshadowing. And somehow, look at this guy. It's like, oh, I'm going to move her hair. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can just get to that point. I don't know, I can't. But anyway, he thinks to move her hair. And it's like, enough. What made him prompted to do that? What prompted him to do that? Nothing. Other than the line, looks can be deceiving. So what would it make him think at all that she was an elf at that point? It doesn't make any sense. But he moves her hair and like, oh my god, an elf. Alright? Okay, they think this woman here who's like going batshit crazy, or this person here is going batshit crazy to Galadriel's right, thinks that they see a ship and like, oh my god, we're going to be saved. But they figure out, nope. Wait until we see the sails. When they figure out, nope, it's the worm. Or, hold on. It's the worm that has the sails attached to it. Right? What they call the worm. It goes underneath their ship. Okay? And then destroys their ship. Everyone gets flung off. Pretty much. And everyone... So, well, it destroys the ship, but before it destroys their ship, all right, this woman here pushes off Galadriel because it's like, it's your fault. So she pushes Galadriel off, which somehow saves Galadriel's life because she's not on the ship anymore. She's not on that raft or whatever. She's not on that raft, so she's not there to get destroyed by the worm that eats everyone else, but Hellbrand. So she sees it. Okay, it comes back for the raft. And she swims away from them. She has fight or fight response, and she decides to flee instead of fight. This is warrior elf princess, so she decides to flee instead of fight. Leaves them to die. Alright? And now she's back out in the middle of the ocean. She thinks like, she's... Again. And who shows up at Hellbrand? So Hellbrand somehow survives. Maybe. If he's supposed to be Sauron, maybe. But then again, like, how would Ulmo know? I'm just saying, like, like, somehow Ulmo would know. I'm not saying, like, there's no plausibility to that, but, like, how would Ulmo know? I'm just saying. So he shows up. Rescues her. Okay, here's the rock breaking contest. It goes back and forth. Back and forth. Elrond gives up. His hammer breaks. Elrond gives up. Forfeits. So Durin goes to escort him out. And here's where we find out the reason why Durin's pissed. Troopers are visit. You want something? Says... like you weren't here for my wedding, the birth of my children, 2 of them. Like you weren't here. Like it's pretty cringe for why there's that animosity between Durin and Elrond. Pretty cringe. Yeah, I felt like a squabbling couple, pretty much. Not friends who have drifted apart. Right? So Durin's upset. Elrond craftily says, hope you can forgive me, but I'd like to apologize. Very much like to apologize to your family as well. Alright? Great. One apology to Disa and you're off. No reminiscing about past. Absolutely no staying for dinner. I love how they drop Aule's beard. Aule, for those of you who do not know the lore, is the one of the Valar who created the dwarves. And I'll read it a little bit of that passage. Maybe I'm talking nerdy to us, so we'll be talking about Rings of Power, but Owl's beard. Okay, whatever. So here's where we're introduced finally to Disa. Durin didn't tell me you were coming to dinner. Yeah, so this is where she's saying this is where she outright defies Durin. All right, I'm not saying she wouldn't necessarily defy him, but she wouldn't defy him in front of a guest, particularly an elf. She would not, in this case, she would not defy Durin. All right, they do have that family structure, traditions in place, pretty much. So he's saying he's staying for dinner. He's leaving. He's staying. He's leaving. He's staying. All right. So they put you only have to see the children's faces, pretty much. So they put the children to bed. All right. That is a tree. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. We don't need to cover this pretty much. I'll be talking about maybe a little bit later, but she's going into how she and Durin met. She sings to the mountain. That's how they survey it. They call it resonating. All right. Tells the story of what might be hidden, so they figure out where to dig, pretty much. She's telling them how she and Durin met, which is if anybody's seen that scene going on Twitter, he knows. All right. Okay. Alan tells the reason, or at least is beginning to go into the reason for its purpose. Okay. Let's see where he talks about the tree. A seedling of our great tree in Lindon. Okay. Which Durin has been lovingly tending to. Which says he's still still has a brotherly affection for Elrond, that he's attending to this tree, tending to this seedling, even in Khazad-dûm. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So now as Durin grunts and sit down and tell me why you're here. All right. Okay. We don't see Elrond going into the proposal, but we know what the proposal is, pretty much. Okay. So here's where Galadriel really acts like a Karen. Because Halbrand, I'm going to get to the line. Halbrand is telling her, it doesn't go into detail about his background, but he kind of drops hints. All right, hold on. What have elves ever done to you? She takes offense at important elf business, no doubt. Says the way I see it, it wasn't elves that chased me from my homeland. Okay, that could be another hint dropped that he is Sauron. She said I'm noticing the pain you carry, but then she demands that he answer her. Demands that he give her answers. And I'm like, bitch, he doesn't owe you a damn thing. He doesn't owe you a damn thing as far as answers go. My people have no, but if they did, where might this kingdom be found? So she wants him to take her to this kingdom. And I'd be like, bitch, I don't know you. All I'm taking you is far enough as where we hit first land. That's it. Yeah. I'm thinking the minute we touch land, we're separating. That's what I would say to her. I don't owe you shit. I don't owe you any damn answers. But she's trying. This is where she acts like a Karen. Pretty much. Yeah, I know. I'm saying it's I don't want it to be so, but it's there's plenty of hints dropping in these first few episodes, the direction they're gonna go. All right, I would tell you, I don't know you. So he says, leave the army. I'm afraid you're short an army. Why are you dodging the question? Or she's this whole back and forth. You didn't cause my suffering, and you can't fix it, no matter how strong your will or your pride. All right, this is where she like goes into the I pursued this foe since before the first sunrise bloodied the sky. Like, you die before you even finish speaking the names of those taken from me. At last, a little honesty. Says, if you wanted to murder orcs and settle the score, that's your affair, but don't dress it up as heroism. That's gives it where he's from, or all right. And she's like here, like acting like a Karen. Like she's demanding answers. Okay. Storm happens. Okay. Okay. She's back trying to warn these people about Hordern. Okay. It's saying we're not going to listen to anything without proof. They're saying they're glad the elves are gone, or at least most of them are glad the elves are gone. All right, this is what we didn't touch on in the first episode, but Theo brings up like those scratching sounds underneath the floor, and he first is like he thinks it's mice. All right, thinks it's mice. He gets frustrated here. Yeah, I dropped that woman off as soon as possible. Yeah. So he thinks it's mice, and he starts breaking the floor. Let's see if I can get an image of what appears. Nope, I can't. But you know what it is. You fucking know what it is. It's an orc. It's like they like full on without like saying it like before then. It's an orc. So okay, and this is where he like nothing really happens in this other than he goes to the tunnel. He sees orcs in front of him, orcs behind him. He escapes, goes into this water, goes up here, and all these hands appear and drag him behind him. You see that in the trailer or whatever. She runs home, finds her house just like a mess, sees a big gaping hole in her floor, sees where Theo's hiding. He tells her to run. She decides to hide here, and Lady Gravemaster calls him Orc Scissorhands. Comes up. Okay. Walking around their home. Okay. She makes a movement. He hears her, opens it. Okay. Okay. Again, it's wearing the skull of an animal. Wearing the skull of an animal. And somehow, orcs were bred to be soldiers from Morgoth. Alright? They're not the smartest creatures, but they sure as hell wouldn't, even one of them wouldn't be fucking taken down by a Whammon and her son. Alright? Would not be taken down by these two. Who look like they've never even remotely held a weapon. Alright? Would not be taken down. These creatures, like I said, were bred to be foot soldiers. Alright? Hey, Mud Crab. Yeah. Yeah, real Galadriel would have read his mind for answers. She wouldn't need to, like, interrogate him like a Karen. Yeah, I can't see all of this skull. Alright? So this fight ensues. Alright? I'm trying to get a good shot. Can't really get a good shot without playing this of the orc. Alright? But he gets stabbed through behind by Bronwyn. And he turns and somehow he's stuck. Okay, let me see if I can play it just real fast. Okay, goes after Theo. She runs him through with his own fucking sword that he somehow drops. Okay, that's an orc. That's an orc. That right there is supposed to be a fucking orc. Alright? Turns. And somehow the handle gets stuck on the stairs. Orc is trapped. Alright? Orc is trapped. There's supposed to be 6 more, Hassan. There's supposed to be 6 more in this season. Okay? Then Theo drops... hold on. Drops a noose on him, tries to hang him, but the rope breaks. The orc pulls down Theo. And it ends with Bronwyn charging him with, I don't know, somehow something she has that decapitates him. Alright? You don't see it happening. But it ends with that. So somehow, this woman here is able to take down an orc. All right, and she says, if there are any of you here who want to live, we make for the Elven Tower at first light. Okay, it's always at first light. All right, storm's happening. Galadriel gets pulled down. She tries to bind herself to the raft, but lightning strikes or something, which breaks it, so she gets pulled under because she's attached to that. Yeah, the sides of the stab wound are stronger than the stairs, pretty much. Hellbrand saves her. He unties the rope by using Finrod's short sword. He sees it, cuts it, gets her back up onto the raft. Here's where I think it's definitely Gandalf. Things like that. It's Gandalf. Look at this. Look what he does. Their star is sort of a constellation. See, this is what he makes. It's from the Fireflies. That's right there. Okay. And this is where we're introduced to King Durin. This is near the end of the episode, pretty much. It says, I'm certain because they're hiding something. The dwarves are hiding something. Yeah. Let's just land on our doorstep now. I've known Elrond. Perhaps Sentry Father. The sense if you're hiding something. Perhaps he sensed it was you who was hiding something. So they go into this room. Eventually one or the other must surely break. Kind of like an allusion to the rock breaking contest. And they open it and there's glow. So you don't see what's in the chest. But it's glowing. They're hiding something. This is where it essentially ends. And he's his wounds. The blood gets drawn to, and look what happens. Somehow this kid has a mortal blade. And this is where, and they end up, it's Numenor. It's fucking Numenor. And that's where the episode ends. I'd like to go into more detail, but that's where the episode ends. So thank you. I'm going to just quit this because fuck it. Oh, that's where the episode ends. Yeah, what the fuck? That's where the episode ends, and he somehow found a blade of Sauron. No explanation where he found it or what. Nothing for 2 episodes, really. That's it. Those are the first 2 episodes, breaking them down. And that's my dog. So, I gotta, hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry, my dog started barking and I had to go quiet her down. But anyway, yeah, dog's even in distress after that. But anyway, thank you all. And I will be back pretty much breaking down each episode. I will put a review out after I watch each episode on my channel and then going into a live stream spoiler breakdown as I did here. Hopefully it won't go as long as it did today because it'll only be 1 episode next week. Thank God. Yeah, Durin's Bane will kill Disa, yeah. So like that, those are the 2 episodes. Really, did anything major happen? No, nothing major happened. The boring stuff should have been covered. I was thinking the Arkenstone, but we'll hopefully see something in the next episode of what it is. But I doubt it. At the pace they're going, I doubt it. See, I don't even know if they can touch the Arkenstone name. That's the thing. So I'm not sure what they can and cannot say. It had to be either that or an Amazon. I could point an Amazon invention, like Arkenstone Light sort of situation. Yeah, it was in the Lonely Mountain, so I'm saying like, something like the Arkenstone somehow. I mean, I'm saying, see, the thing is, yeah, the Arkenstone was in the Lonely Mountain, but nothing about the series has made sense to the lore. So they're doing all this shit, which makes absolutely no sense. So what's to say they're not going to add the Arkenstone for member berries? That's the thing. That's like what I'm pointing out. It's like, what's to say that they wouldn't add that just for the member berries alone? It makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, I know it absolutely makes absolutely no sense, but nothing about the series, even the first 2 episodes, makes any sense. I don't think the writers would even know that. They don't even care. They don't even have the rights to any fucking hell. But anyway, so on that note, because I do have to wind it up because I have to feed my dog and I have to take her out and everything, and I got to do laundry before Talk Nerdy to Us, which will be in a little less than 2 hours. So come check it out. It is on Steph's channel, My Nerdy Home. It is on her channel this evening. I have no idea what we're talking about. I just know one of the topics is Rings of Power, so I get to rant about that again. Yeah. So thank you all. I'm gonna thank Lady Grabmaster again. I told her, she's, as far as I know, going to be on other episodes moving forward. I was talking to Disbrew. He might be popping in here and there to rant about this and maybe have other guests on going forward. But yeah, that is the breakdown, the spoiler breakdown on the first 2 episodes. First 2 episodes of Rings of Power, and we are gonna roast the shit out of this show moving forward, like I said, pretty much. Yeah, we have to wait until 2024 for that. But so if you are all up and you enjoy more roasting of pop culture, granted not just Rings of Power or anything like that, come check out Steph's channel. She goes by My Nerdy Home. That's where I'll be in the less than 2 hours. I do have a merch store ongoing. More stuff to come. That is it. TeePublic, Jade Shadow. You can find me over there. If someone can drop, and this is my live channel, thank you very much. I will be uploading the last episode of Cringe Factory tomorrow. So if you want to check that out, that I did with Ms. Martin Muses about the Rings of Power, go check that out on my live channel. And then trying to think, can someone drop the link to Steph's channel, please? And Big Raj, thank you very much with the thumbs up super sticker. Thank you so much. And yes, this is where I will be tonight. Okay, on this channel, we switch it off, roughly. So on My Nerdy Homes channel, and this is my Twitch. I'll be live on Twitch tomorrow evening, so go check that out. Probably most likely playing Aliens Fireteam Elite with Cowman and maybe one other person if they're able to join. So come hang out and be ranting again on this shit, even on Twitch, pretty much. So, whew, I need a drink. I really need a drink. But anyway, I can't because I have to be coherent 2 hours later. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for hanging out with me in the chat. Thank you for everyone giving their input and everything. I hope the troll shows back up again, so you all have a little whipping boy, as Trey puts it, pretty much. But guarantee the stands are going to be popping into chats of live streams because God forbid you criticize this show. See you all tonight in 2 hours if you are still up. If not, catch the replay. See you on Twitch and more videos to come. Because I guarantee I'll be talking more about this shit weeks to come. So, hope you have a good rest of your day or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I will catch you all next time. Peace.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.